اسمك لؤي محفوظ. اسمك
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أهلا وسهلا بكم في اليوم الثاني لمؤتمر الفجيرة الدولي الثالث للبيئة البحرية والسواحل، التنمية الخضراء للمناطق الساحلية. في أجندة يومنا الثاني سنبتدئ الجلسة. نحب أن نذكركم في البداية أيضا أنه في أي وقت من الممكن الانتقال بالترجمة إلى اللغة الإنجليزية أو العربية من خلال أسفل الشريط الانتربريتر، وإذا كان لديكم أي سؤال من الممكن وضعه في منطقة Q&A لطرح الأسئلة. إذن نرحب بكم الآن. سننتقل في الجلسة الثانية، وستكون معنا تاتيانا. ستبدأ معكم الجلسة. لحظة. إذن
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this third session here for the Fujairah International Online Conference for Coastal Areas and Marine Environment. This session today is going to be about best practices and experiences for green development of coastal areas. My name is Tatiana Antonelli. I welcome you all here today. And I am the founder of Gumbuk. We work in sustainability, promoting different topics, and it's for me a pleasure to be here today. I would like to introduce the topic. Of course, coastal areas are a paramount strategic importance all over the world, where there are more than 80% of the world having coastal lines over the seas and the oceans. And these cities and coastal areas are critical since they are considered as a preferred homeland for their inhabitants, and they are placed at the first choice of the tourist destinations, as well as the coastal proximity is considered as an auxiliary advantage for the diversified inhabitant activity. So today we're going to welcome our speakers who are going to talk about natural resources and solution-based to tackle these issues on the coastal areas. I would like to welcome our first speaker today, Mr. Alfredo Coro, Vice Mayor in the Philippines. So today he's going to present the mangrove management through social tourism. Please welcome Mr. Coro.
Thank you to the organizers of the third Fujairah International Virtual Conference for Coastal Areas and Marine Environment. And my apologies as I'll turn on my video for a while, because my internet is not very good in the island. I have to turn off my video to make sure I won't be cut off. I hope it's okay for everyone. His Excellencies, colleagues in development.
Now we'll be sharing your presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. May I start?
If you want, I could give you remote control to the presentation.
Oh yes, please. That would be great.
Okay. Can you try now to move the mouse and click? Okay, wonderful.
Okay. So can I go back? Wait. Let me go back. Okay.
Mr. Coro, just a very quick reminder that you have 20 minutes for your presentation, and I will be sending you a reminder towards the end. Thank you very much.
Understand. His Excellencies, colleagues in development, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon from where I am. It is my honor and privilege to share with you our journey on mangrove management through social tourism. Again, I am Alfredo Coro, Vice Mayor and former Mayor of the Municipality of Del Carmen, Siargao Islands in the Philippines. I consider myself a mangrove warrior and their chief storyteller. Del Carmen is one of the 9 municipalities of Siargao Islands located in southern Philippines and beside the third deepest part of the oceans in the world, or what we call the Philippine Deep. We are considered geographically isolated and disadvantaged area, but it did not stop us from pursuing reforms to transform our community. To better understand my presentation, let me take you to Siargao Islands. Oh, there's no audio. Can we share the audio also? Our transformation as a community started with accepting the threats to our mangrove forest. Considered the third largest contiguous mangrove forest in the Philippines at 4,871 hectares, it is home to a diverse ecosystem of flora and fauna. To name a few, we have the resident saltwater crocodiles, turtles, tarsiers, flying foxes, giant clams, corals, pitcher plants, fire orchids, and of course, the various varieties of mangroves and its associates. Until 2010, approximately 2,000 fishing families in the municipality of Del Carmen depended on marine resources as a source of income and food. However, their illegal and unregulated practices of fishing and mangrove cutting threatened the ecosystem. Furthermore, the local community and the local government was silent in how to handle the implementation of the laws. These eventually led to calling ourselves the illegal mangrove cutting capital of the Philippines. Poverty being a major issue, which at the time was at 69.9%, or 7 out of 10 people are considered poor. Sustainable environmental management was the farthest on their list of priorities. The urgent need for food for their families was taking up 75% of their daily schedule. Food insecurity was not yet then related to coastal and marine health. There was an observed increasing threat from stronger typhoons, which we host from November to February annually, or spending the end of the year and start of the year affecting our community and our livelihood. The recent typhoon was just concluded yesterday. In between the storms are droughts and excessive rains, making everything difficult for more difficult, but we never lost hope. When our team assumed office in 2010, our first agenda was to understand the reasons why several people are engaged in illegal activities. We have accepted responsibility for the issues, but we can also get everyone to accept their role in the occurrence of the issue. We have designated a communication strategy for behavioral change that will include all potential stakeholders within and outside of Del Carmen. We brought the multi-stakeholders for several discussions using various platforms, and our coming together, or tambayayong in our dialect, allowed us to effectively and efficiently discuss how we can link science, innovation, policy management, and behavior to be able to manage, govern, and protect our mangrove forest. The result of our discussions was a science-based management plan we coined the Siargawida Del Carmen Mangrove Management Program through social tourism. Science would be the most important guide to our decisions, thus regular monitoring and evaluation of the development partners are conducted. The expected behavioral outcome would include being able to address policy enforcement, alleviation of poverty, and food insecurity, and adapting to climate change. With a policy and plan comes the necessity to inform and educate the constituency and the stakeholders of the merits of the policies and a constant reminder of the long-term benefits, accountabilities that each citizen must adopt in pursuit of their own security and happiness. We conducted house-to-house and community-based campaigns, in-school and classroom campaigns from daycare to university level to address intergenerational behavioral change, public information drive through mangrove fishery forums, national, international representation, radio and posters, and of course, social media campaigns to increase the reach of the people. Social tourism is a form of tourism that brings travelers to local communities with the goal of not only gaining pleasure from the experience, but also contributing to the places they're visiting. Our social tourism program allowed our partners and guests to contribute from individual to organizational level, regardless of scale. This allowed our collaborations to be very creative and our partners to be more aggressive, knowing we have clear plans and our values are aligned. Our social tourism allowed co-creation process among various stakeholders. We developed an ecotourism industry that capitalized on our biggest asset, the mangrove forest and the vast municipal waters. Our nowhere to cover story boasted of both operators who were previously illegal fishers and illegal mangrove cutters, and a community-based tourism program employing at least 1,000 families on rotational basis. Our community started to invest in homestay businesses, food and restaurant enterprises, and transport services. The new economic activity generated jobs and encouraged entrepreneurs. Pre-COVID, we had 146 plus boat operators for mangrove tours, 150% increase in business permits, a new mall, and an average of 1,000 visitors a day. The local government also increased its revenue from US $6,000 annually to $300,000 annually. The extra revenue allowed us to finance programs that will address the other social determinants to fisher folk behavior of illegal fishing practices, health services, education services, employment, connectivity, etc. We pushed our people and our partners to participate in sustainable marine resource supply chain. Improving the marine production and management was done to improve the value of the produce. Pre-COVID, Del Carmen had bounty of dried fish, fresh groupers and shrimps, the king crabs, lobsters supplied to the local tourism industry and importing to other places. These production areas are operated by people's organizations and their partners. Some they met initially as tourists. 1 second, there's something wrong.
Mr. Alfler, if you just say next, then I'm going to click to next screen.
Okay, next.
All right.
Thank
This
you,
one,
sir.
right?
Oh, yeah. And
Do you
next?
want it next?
Next, yes. There you go. Our partners from the government social protection agencies collaborated with our local government to establish the first social protection mechanism It treats our fisher folks and farmers as micro entrepreneurs with access to social pension, healthcare insurance, housing insurance, and accident and burial assistance. Our small fisher folks have one of the most hazardous livelihoods and deserve nothing less than the best services of the government. This is the first program of its kind in the Philippines. Next, please. In collaboration with the State College in Siargao Islands, we are building the Siargao Climate Field School for farmers and fisher folks. The school aims to capacitate the fisher folks in the latest technology processes that will allow them to better yield despite the changing climate. Our partnership with the State College and other academic institutions from all over expanded to developing a remote impact sourcing program or home-based business process outsourcing business model, and a multi-species marine hatchery and mobile marine culture platforms to increase marine resource production without overwhelming the ecosystem. Next, please.
Can you try yourself now?
I'm trying. That's still not working. I'm so sorry.
No? Okay,
No.
fine.
Together with several organizations, we championed investing in natural infrastructure to shield us from storm surges, improve fish stocks, and act as carbon sink to help develop a sustainable and equitable growth platform for rural coastal communities. Our efforts for the last 10 years resulted in additional 600 plus hectares of new rehabilitated mangrove cover that will further ensure a better future for our people. Next. Thank you. Like any program, we also need to measure the results and impact of our initiatives regularly so we can adjust our program with limited exposure only. To share with you what we have done in the last few years. Next, please. We summarized our indicators in two simple measures. One, environmental impact of our ecosystem to continuously provide opportunities for our people, and the people support the law. Socioeconomic impact for the families of the fisher folks to validate their motivation to support the law. For socioeconomic impact, the poverty incidence reduction from 69.9% to 41.1% means our fisher folks need shorter time looking for food, and that would mean more time for family and other personal goals. The increase in household income means they have access to food, either increasing their capacity to produce their own food or increasing their capability to buy their own food. Our fisher folks have a story to tell on their behavioral change and why they opted to transform. It is their story to tell and not ours. It is to them we serve and our purpose of why we're doing all these things for our community. Right here, I'm simply a messenger and a storyteller of their story. All our efforts in social tourism allowed us to contribute to Condé Nast recognizing Siargao as the #1 island in the world in 2019. And before I end, let me now take you to the Carmen Mangrove Forest as we continue our journey towards sustainable growth and equitable development with ecosystems-based adaptation, exploring sustainable finance for the blue economy. Mr. Loy, may I request that we add volume because it's the last presentation, it's a video file. Can we add a volume? There's no sound.
enchanting getaways. Discover, explore, experience, a mangrove paradise of its own. Del Carmen's mangrove forest has an area of 4,871 hectares. Dubbed as the Philippines' largest contiguous mangrove forest, 40 out of 73 mangrove species worldwide can be found here. A coastal forest that holds an exceptional level of biodiversity. A habitat in need of protection and conservation. Safeguarding the future and the years to come. Del Carmen, a mangrove paradise of its own.
Extension 20.
Next. Next, please, for closing. Thank you very much to everyone for the opportunity. I hope you learned something about what local communities and local governments in front lines can do if we work together. This is again the story of Del Carmen and the story of our transformation. Stay safe, everyone, and happy holidays. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Coro. This was a beautiful presentation, and congratulations on the achievements for these projects, not only environmental, but also social impact. And this is beautiful. Hopefully we'll be able to travel again soon to come and visit, and maybe you can come to the UAE and also visit the beautiful mangroves we have here. Thank you again, and please stay online with us. Now I would like to welcome our next guest. We have our esteemed guest, Dr. Mohammed Nawar Al-Hawa, Regional Advisor on Technology for Development. Dr. Nawar Al-Hawa has more than 25 years of professional, academic, and research experience. He's been working on digital technologies for sustainable development, and actually today his presentation is about artificial intelligence, how AI policies and applications, and his experience. So please welcome Dr. Mohammed Nawar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tatiana. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening. First, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting us to be part of this important conference. And actually, I must admit that it's very difficult to present after Mr. Alfredo. He took us to the paradise in this morning. So I will try to take you to another journey, which is AI policies and applications. I will be focusing in my intervention on 4 topics. First of all, I will start by general discussion about artificial intelligence and socioeconomic development. Then I will highlight some examples of using AI for coastal development. And then I will also describe some AI policies and strategies from the world and from the Arab region. And then I will finish and conclude by presenting our template that we developed at ESQA to help Arab countries to develop their own AI policies. So for those who don't know ESQA, we are the Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia. We are one of the 5 regional commissions attached to the United Nations Secretariat. We are considered as the executive arm of United Nations in the Arab region. Our objective is to enhance socioeconomic development by fostering cooperation and integration on regional and sub-regional levels. In the membership, we have 20 Arab countries, and still there are 2 Arab countries that are in the pipeline to join ESQA, so we will have exactly the same membership as the League of Arab States. Our headquarters is in Beirut. From Beirut, we moved to Baghdad and Amman due to security conditions. And since 1997, we are back in Beirut. Maybe we will ask why United Nations is interested in technology. Actually, technology for development is considered as one of the main implementing tools and means for SDGs. So that's why ESQA is also interested in technology. I will just to be sure that we are speaking about the same, or we are using the same definitions. I will start by defining what do we mean by AI system. Artificial intelligence system. Actually, it is like any digital system. It is designed to act in physical or digital world. It will receive data from the environment. It will interpret and process this data, and then it will provide some decisions and will suggest some actions. So until now, it's exactly like any digital system. The novelty of AI system is the ability to enhance its performance, to learn from previous experience, and also to provide better and better outputs over the time. When we speak about AI, there is always a buzzword that is related to AI, which is the bias. What do you mean by bias? Actually, we do have 4 types of bias. The first one is perception bias. So AI system is using data, and when this data that we collect is over-representing or under-representing the reality, so this would be the first source of error. The second bias is technical bias. It is related to algorithms that we are using in order to process data. The third one is modeling bias, and this is actually related to the model that we are using in order to provide the needed outputs. And finally, we have the activation bias, which is related directly to actuators and to the outputs that we are producing. And sometimes those actuators don't translate entirely and in efficient way the needed actions to the environment. Now, AI technology is not new, as we all know. It has started several years ago. So, for example, in 90s, there were several applications related to rule-based decisions, industrial robots. Then with the beginning of this century, we start hearing about handwriting and voice recognition, deep learning, image processing, and other big data statistical learning. And we expect also, and several studies expect that AI will expand in the future, and we will have more and more applications. We know that there are self-driving vehicles, brain-computer interfaces, emotional robots, and probably also quantum computing will profit from AI technology. So like any technology, actually, AI, it has also its own challenges. So in addition to bias that we mentioned previously, many fear that the AI will increase the digital divide between developing and developed countries. So this is an issue that we need to take into consideration. There are also other issues related to governance. So we need to, when there is an inappropriate action taken by an AI system, so who is accountable for that? Is the system is accountable, the designer, the software designer? So we need to think about that. Also, there are other challenges related to ethics. We need to have an answer on how to develop an AI system that would be morally responsible and ethically defensible. Interpretation and explanation. Also, we need to be able to provide coherent explanation to all the stakeholders in order to increase the trust in AI system. And finally, the AI system need to be robust, and actually we need to make system resilient, safe, and able to detect and correct faults by their own. To address these challenges, there are several initiatives. One of them is proposed by G20 leaders in 2019. It is called AI Principles. The aim is to create an enabling environment for a human-centered AI that promotes innovation and investment. It has 5 principles. AI technology need to encourage growth and inclusive growth, to include everyone in that growth, not to be discriminating at this stage. AI system need to be human-centered, need to be transparent, robust, and accountable. So in addition to these 5 principles, the AI principle framework also includes 5 recommendations to any country that would like to develop an AI policy or AI strategy on national level. These recommendations are, first of all, we need to focus on AI research and development. We need to foster digital ecosystem. We need also to develop an enabling policy environment. This means that we need to update our legal framework. We need to update our regulatory framework. We need also to focus on developing a human capacity, and finally to encourage international cooperation, because this is very needed in AI applications. This year, there is also a global initiative called the Global Partnership on AI that was launched by several countries such as France, Canada, and other countries in the world. And the aim is also to adopt those AI principles as guiding principles for any AI system to be developed. Why we are interested in AI on the global level? Because we think that AI would have a great impact on economy. It will boost productivity, and it will create new products and services. So if we look at some statistics, actually the amount of investment for private sector working in AI is huge. In 2019, the amount is 70 billion, and 40 billion of them is dedicated to startup. So startup means we have innovation, we have entrepreneurs, we have youth. So this means also we need the creation of new jobs and so on. One of the main consuming sectors of AI is autonomous vehicles and self-driving cars. And actually it consumed around $8 billion alone in 2019. So this is really one of the promising sectors for AI. Now, what about jobs? There are several theories and studies about jobs. Some of those studies say AI will destroy all jobs, and others say no, AI will create jobs. Actually, like any technology, the technology will replace some jobs, but also it will create many other jobs. At ESQA, we have done a study recently in 2019, and actually we classified the Arab region in 3 categories. Some countries will be highly impacted by AI, others will be middle impacted or averagely impacted, and some of them will be low impact. And this classification actually is based on the structure of labor market in those countries. So if we look, for example, at Mauritania, we can see that the huge majority of the labor market is in agriculture. So this is really a huge risk, because those workers will be replaced easily by robots, by machines, and so on. So we need to think about that on national level, and we need to find also an alternative jobs for them. Now, in order to see whether a government is prepared to move to AI, there is a tool, a very useful tool called Government AI Readiness Index. It is a yearly based indicator produced by Oxford Insight and IDRC in Canada. And the aim is to measure how the government is ready to deliver its public service to their citizens. Actually, it has 3 pillars. This index is based on 3 pillars: government sector, technology sector, and data and infrastructure. And this is also very reasonable, because we cannot imagine AI system without data and without technology infrastructure. What is the performance of our region, of the Arab region, in AI? Let's see. You can see that some countries are doing very, very well, like UAE. It is ranked 16 globally out of 172 in the world. So they have really very good performance. Also, Qatar has a good performance, and Saudi Arabia. And also in this region, we have a wide diversity and wide variance. So we have also some countries that are really lagging behind. And this means it is not really a challenge. I think it is an opportunity because we can exchange lessons learned, we can learn from others, and so on. So, and this is partly also our role at ESQA is to enhance lessons learned exchange among Arab countries. Now I would like to showcase very quickly some AI uses for coastal development. But first of all, just to remind ourselves, what are the main Earth challenges? We know that there is a climate change, and greenhouse gas level is attaining really unprecedented level in the 3 million years. The biodiversity and conservation is also a problematic. 20% of species now face eradication, and this rate will rise to 50% by end of 2050. Deforestation also is increasing, and this will lead to a drop in regional rainfall. The health of oceans is a problem because the chemistry is changing due to gas absorption, and this, of course, will damage fish life. The water security is a problem also. By 2030, 40% of people will be in short of fresh water. Clean air also, it is a problem. 90% of people will live in places that don't meet the standards of good quality of air. And we have also problems related to weather and disaster. And for example, in 2016, the world suffered triple times the crisis that we know in 1980. So there are a lot of challenges. Now the question, could AI help in addressing some of these challenges? The answer, probably yes. So if we look for a first example, the first use case that I will be presenting is about clean power. We can use machine learning, which is part of AI, to match energy generation and demand. And this, of course, will enhance the efficiency of power system, will enhance the storage of renewable energy. The second use case is related to oceans. So the AI system could also track provenance and help to enhance fish sustainability and protect their lives. Illegal fishing, it was mentioned by Mr. Alfredo previously. Actually, also machine learning could help to monitor illegal fishing activities. And we know that now there are many AI systems that are offering solutions for comprehensive monitoring of ocean resources using what we call digital twins. Third use case is about coastal erosion. Also, AI and machine learning could help to model and forecast the erosion changes in the coastal areas. And this was applied also in some countries, such as Lisbon in Portugal. So the AI system could help to contribute to analyze and to provide dynamics that would happen or would happen in the future. The last use case for AI is about weather and disaster resilience. Also, we could use AI along with other technologies such as Internet of Things, drones, blockchains, and sensor platforms in order to monitor floods and windstorm, and also to inform about evacuations and when we need to do that evacuations. In research, and I think that we will have in this conference a dedicated session for research and this would include also AI topics. Actually, for the moment, AI topics is a very hot topic related to coastal development. So we look at how we can use AI and neural network to model position and temporal dynamics of sandbars. We can use AI to predict beach profiles. We use AI for dune erosion prediction, and also we use AI and artificial neural network to predict wave-generated ripple size. Now, I would like to just briefly speak a few words about AI strategies. In order to enable AI system and to develop and deploy those systems on national level, actually, we need an AI strategy. And the number of AI strategies is increasing all over the world. And this is noticed if we compare the number of AI strategy in 2019 with 2020, we can notice easily the increase in number of AI strategies. Those strategies, actually, they are based on G20 AI principles. They include issues, they focus on infrastructure, data access, building ecosystem, building a human capacity, focusing on research and development, and also focusing on international cooperation. Just a quick examples from Europe. Europe as a region It has its own strategy that was launched in 2018, and the motivation is to Europe to make Europe as a region one of the global leaders in innovation and data economy and applications. And actually, if we look at the curve on the right, we can see that for the moment, Europe is not performing as well as other regions in the world, such as America and Asia. So that's why there is really a huge effort in Europe in order to enhance and to boost that performance. And especially that in Europe, we do have actually very good digital infrastructure. We do have very good regulatory framework. So they would like to take advantage of those factors in order to enhance their performance in AI. There is also an action plan that was launched in 2019, and there is also new regulations in 2020 about the European ecosystem in AI. Now, one of countries that is really considered as top scoring country in Europe is United Kingdom. It has its own strategy in 2017, and here we can see the performance according to the government AI Readiness Index 2020. So we can see that they have in UK that we do have very good scores in infrastructure, in data availability, human capital, and so on. For the governance, also, this is an important issue. We need to think about it when we develop a policy. We need to specify and to nominate which ministry would be responsible of implementing the AI strategy. So in UK, there are two ministries that are responsible for that, the Department of Digital and Department of Business. In the Arab region, if we move now from Europe to our region, we can see a different picture actually. In the region, we have still a problem of internet connection. So around 50% of individuals in the Arab region, they don't have access to internet. So still we need to focus on connectivity, and we need to encourage Arab governments to enhance digital and technology infrastructure. Also, there's another issue which is related to data availability. So we need also to encourage governments to launch more and more open data initiatives to enhance and upgrade regulatory and privacy framework. We will have one example from United Arab Emirates. It is actually one of the top performers of the Arab region in AI, according to AI Government Readiness Index. We can see the scores here to the right. So the infrastructure is, we do have a very good score for infrastructure, also a very good score for human capital and innovation capacity. Actually, UAE is considered one of the first countries in the world that established the ministry, dedicated ministry for artificial intelligence in 2017. Many AI initiatives were launched related to smart city, to ethics, to training programs, and so on. Also, there is a sound AI strategy in UAE. And if we look at the objective, very promising objective is to make UAE the first country in the world investing in several sectors.
Dr. Nawar, Muhammad Nawar,
yes.
You have 3 minutes, sir.
Yes.
It's very interesting presentation, very good facts for us, but please, because next is Mrs. Koubey. Thank you.
Sure, sir. Okay. So I was saying that UAE, the aim is to be first country and is focusing on several key sectors. And if we look at those sectors, we can see many sectors that are relevant to our discussion today: renewable energy, water, environment, and so on. There's also Jordan. There's an AI policy in Jordan that was approved just 2 days ago. And we helped actually the government of Jordan in developing this AI policy in last year. And also we can see and we can find the same focus area: ecosystem, AI ecosystem, business, infrastructure, and governance. Now I will just speak very quickly about the template of that we developed for Arab countries at ESQA. Actually, we are advising Arab countries to develop their own national AI policy, and we suggested to them a generic structure that they can customize according to their own needs. So this structure will include a part related to legislation, part related to innovation, third part related to encouraging the demand for AI, part related to research and development. And then we need to focus on awareness, because AI is a new technology and many individuals and also many policymakers maybe need to raise their awareness about AI. Part related, there's also a component related to ethical dimension. When we develop AI system, we need to focus on ethics. This is an important thing that we need to keep in mind. And the last two components is to encourage public-private partnership, because we cannot do that only in government. Government need to have partners with with private sector in order to develop AI system. And finally, it's about governance. We need also to think about who is responsible on this strategy. Well, I was just my last slide and my final word. I think that AI technology is promising. It will help people to be more productive, and it will contribute to address some of Earth's challenges. However, in order to take advantage of AI, we need a roadmap, we need a policy strategy on national level, and this strategy needs to focus on several aspects such as data, skills, governance, and also we need to look at the future, because the next generation of AI is even more challenging. It is about machines taking decisions instead of humans. So we need also to be prepared in our region for that phase. Thank you very much, and sorry if I was a little bit long. Back to you, Tatiana.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Nawar. This was very, very interesting, and definitely a call for more partnerships, PPPs. This is fundamental, and hopefully we'll see AI playing a huge role now for the great reset after this year. So thank you again very much for your participation today. I would like to introduce you now to our next guest speaker, Her Excellency Mrs. Chloe Brand. Mrs. Brand has more than 25 years of practical and managerial experience in environmental management and urban development. Her expertise ranges from biodiversity, climate change, coastal management to urban sustainability and planning. She's going to present today about climate resilient coastal developments. Thank you very much for being here, Mrs. Brand. Welcome. I'll leave you the floor. So you'll have 20 minutes, and I'll send you a message to remind you when we're near to the end of the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tatiana, and what a pleasure to be here with you today. I just also want to check that you are going to move the slides on your side. Is that correct?
So you can use at the top of your screen, if you move the mouse, there are a few buttons coming up, and you can request to move the. Otherwise, you can say next, and maybe Mr. Naha can help.
Okay, I will just say next. You can put up the slides, and I will just say next. Thank you very much.
Very well.
Okay. Thank you.
Is that
thank
okay,
you so
Mr.
much.
Nawa? Yes.
Thank you. All right, so fantastic and wonderful to be here today on this very important webinar, and also this very important topic that we are discussing today. It is very close to my heart, because living in a coastal city in Africa, I'm already experiencing, like many of you, the impact of climate change on our coastal zones. So today I want to talk a little bit about building climate resilience through coastal management, sound coastal management practices, specifically focusing on how nature can be our best friend in doing so. For those who do not know ICLEI, Local Governments for Sustainability, is a global organization or membership network of cities and regions, large and small, from all around the world, all committed to sustainable development, the Sustainable Development Agenda and different initiatives. And more, we're focusing also on climate resilience. And with climate resilience also comes, of course, the built infrastructure and, of course, coastal zones. Many of our people live. In fact, more people are flocking to coastal zones, and the cities along our shorelines are growing faster than our inland cities. So how do we respond to climate change, and what does it require from us? Climate change is driving the increased threat of erosion and flooding along our coastlines globally. This has especially been evident recently in Africa, in Mozambique, with the two cyclones Idai and Kenneth hitting one after the other within a few months of each other in 2019. Engineering solutions like seawalls and hard breakwater systems, etc., respond well in protecting coastal communities and associated infrastructure, but they are increasingly becoming economically and ecologically unsustainable, especially within our context here in Africa. Therefore, there is a need to creating or restoring natural habitats such as sand dunes, salt marshes, mangroves, seagrass, etc., coral reefs, etc., to provide coastal protection in place of or to complement artificial structures. To respond to climate change requires new techniques and altered infrastructure, but this alone is not sufficient. We also need to change our mindsets and ensure that best practices are followed. And today I'm going to really look at how, as I said, nature can be our best friend. You can please move to the next slide. On slide number 3 now. Investing in nature can actually provide the best defense we can have against the impacts of climate change. In sustainable solution. This is particularly important in the African context. Africa's coastal areas are extremely variable because of a great variety of natural, social, economic, and cultural factors that have shaped them over thousands of years. The importance of solutions that would fit local environment contexts is increasingly stressed as a means of enabling best practices and ensuring sustainability. On the next slide, please, you will see a number of co-benefits, and I've just listed a few obvious co-benefits for investing in nature. Multiple broader social and environmental benefits just follow investments in nature, and these contribute also to a range of international developmental and environmental commitments, such as under the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, and the UNFCCC Paris Climate Change Agreement. This is especially true for the poor and more vulnerable, such as women, who depend more on ecosystem services for their livelihoods. They are roots out of poverty. Coastal mangroves, for instance, can provide poor communities with timber, fish, honey, and urban agriculture can, from its side, increase income for poor households. Health benefits and food security from a greater variety in food sources and better nutrition can follow these investments. My next slide, my 5th slide, focuses just quickly on, it's a picture from Kenya, but it shows how mangroves particularly can play a very, very good role in protection of built infrastructure along the coast. But increasingly, we are also seeing our work is important of the engineering department collaborating with the environmental department at the city level. These two departments do need to plan and speak with one another, plan together to expand the menu of coastal protection solutions. These nature-based solutions can offer sustainable long-term protection via their impact on sedimentation, flooding, erosion, and maintenance of tidal creeks and channels, such as we see in this picture. Nature can be more resilient and adaptable than hard infrastructure can, and in some cases perform better than hard infrastructure, especially for areas exposed to high frequency, low intensity hazards. For example, mangrove root systems build up the coast, which may under certain conditions be able to keep pace with sea level rise. And because natural systems are comprised of living organisms, they can repair and regenerate after damage, as well as move, migrate, and retreat to adapt to changing conditions. On our next slide, we're focusing for a moment on climate change. By restoring and protecting nature, we can not only safeguard biodiversity and our natural habitats, but also adapt to the effects of climate change. Additionally, by absorbing and storing carbon, these nature-based solutions can also slow further warming. So it's a double bonus that one gets in investing in nature for climate change. Important to understand is that if we no longer have these natural resources, we will need to find the money to provide similar services and the money to maintain this infrastructure. For example, if mangroves are all removed, then we need to build walls and maintain these walls. And then we still do not have the climate absorption made possible through nature-based solutions. Therefore, it is simply cheaper to maintain our natural assets, and in the long term, we ensure their sustainability. I'd like to quickly focus on a project here in Africa that we are running. Urban Natural Assets, Our Coast for Life, or better known as UNA, Coasts. This cutting-edge project, implemented by ICLEI Africa and funded by the Swedish International Development Corporation through Swede Bio at the Stockholm Resilience Center, is designed to support the daily challenges that local governments in Africa, in African coastal cities particularly, experience. As part of this project, the project teams work together on site with the project cities, looking at each local situation in a unique way and finding solutions for mainstreaming nature into planning as a best practice principle. This is a wonderful project, and it's gone on for 6 years now, and it's expanding into more countries as we speak. Through the project, for example, where local conditions are not suited for natural infrastructure, we have found that it is also possible to combine hard infrastructure on large scale changes to the coast with those of nature-based solutions. So natural systems are not always the only answer, but when combined with these more artificial solutions, as you can see in the picture, we still get nature's benefits. We still get the benefits that nature is there, and while delivering additional benefits and enhancing livelihoods, these nature-based solutions also strengthen over time as they improve their performance and grow in efficiency. Examples include placing vegetation in front of dikes or habitat-promoting surfaces on seawalls. In the next slide, you will see a map, a graphic map. I'm not going to go into all the details, but it's an example, again, from our UNA Coast project, where we work with coastal cities to develop with these cities, for each of them, a unique coastal resilience framework for that city. And these frameworks then highlight the opportunities and importance of integrating nature into addressing the risks. So you obviously first need to understand your risks, and then you assess the risks, and then you plan for interventions and you implement those. And that's unique to each city because no two cities are the same. But the principles of nature being part of the solution, that always remains the same. The value, and please on to the next slide, the value of nature-based solutions in the African urban context is increasingly acknowledged. We are starting to see a movement towards prioritization of the role of functioning ecosystems as core municipal green infrastructure, and recognizing that sustainable management, conservation and restoration of these ecosystems and the related ecosystem services they provide us with freely are central to adaptation on the continent here, but also globally. Traditionally, however, biodiversity within and around cities has often been destroyed and undervalued. Some perceive nature-based solutions as competing with urban development needs. Such perceptions is misleading, as the destruction of waterways, forests, mangroves, open spaces, and vegetated hillsides and coastlines reduces people's ability to deal with climate impacts and thus hinders sustainable urban management. On to my next slide, and I'm busy wrapping up. One of the more important aspects of what we have learned through the UNA project is the need
I'm so sorry, Ms. Brand, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I think the slides are not moving as you desire. If you could check. Yes,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. You have around 5 minutes left. Thank you.
That's fine. This is the map I was speaking to, and the next slide, if you move to the next slide, please. Yeah, that is just saying that nature can indeed provide. And if you move to the next slide, I think we were just 2 slides behind. The recommendations is the next slide, and I think the recommendations speak for themselves. My recommendations are as follows. As mentioned previously, there is a need to build capacity both in terms of technical skills and the importance of nature as a sustainable and long-term alternative to hard infrastructure. Secondly, the need for increased collaboration and participatory processes that include stakeholders from different tiers of government is very important. Also different sectors, and particularly the involvement of the private sector and local communities. This is an important opportunity to grow increased awareness and to strategically transform our cities into greener, safer, and more resilient cities. And thirdly, we need to increase financial support for nature-based solutions and find mechanisms that will fund green infrastructure and will be ready to invest into green infrastructure, both from the private sector and from the public sector perspective. And my very last slide is just a slide, if you could move to it. My very last slide is just a slide to say thank you very much. If you would like to know more about ICLEI's work across Africa or elsewhere, would like to partner with us, we're very pleased to be here with you today. Thank you for the opportunity. You can reach us at these contact points. And thank you once again for inviting ICLEI to be part of this very important conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was really a great presentation. I can see how the common topic that really comes to surface in all these presentations is the need for more partnerships between public and private sectors. It's really also interesting to hear that there are more bonuses. You spoke about double bonus, and I think we can even enlarge it to triple bonus on nature-based solutions being, of course, a protection to the coastal environment, a carbon sink, and also helping to save money in the long run, but also benefiting society. So really, really thank you very much for your presentation and for your participation today in the conference. I would like to remind everyone that you can ask questions. There is a button at the bottom of the screen. Please, you can write your questions there. They will be addressed later on. Both English and Arabic is welcome. We'll just translate them if needed. And if you need interpretation, it's also at the bottom of the screen. You can hear the conference in both English and Arabic translated when needed. Thank you for the slide. I would like to welcome our next speaker and another esteemed guest. So today we have Dr. Fujairah Nuruddin, I hope I pronounced well, advisor city development to Norway, to the city of Fredrikstad. So Dr. Fujairah Nuruddin is a Norwegian advisor. Nuruddin holds a PhD in urban design from TNU in Norway and has 30 years international experiences with various roles in academic and practical fields within architecture and urban design in Norway, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and Iraq. Welcome, Dr. Nuruddin. I'll leave you the field, and please make sure everyone that your microphones are off, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, first I would like to say, strange, I can't hear. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can
I
hear
can't
you.
hear it. Okay, good.
Yes, we can hear.
Actually, I have worked in this project for about 7 years, and from 2000 to 2007. Therefore, my experience about this project that I'm going to talk about is both from the project itself and about my own experience with it. What I have learned from the beginning is that a historical learning that we can use it for any city, that the level of our thinking in sustainability will decide at the end which kind of city will be at the end. And that is, of course, the present and future needs. So if we are thinking the present and the future needs at the same time, so of course it will be per definition sustainability as a result. In Oslo, actually, they have applied this strategy in 2 levels. Level 1 is that applying to the city as a whole, and number 2 is applying the strategy in the sub-areas, because it is not right to think sustainability only on the comprehensive level, while when you go and apply it in sub-areas, in sub-areas within the city, we ignore these principles or these strategies. So here I just try to explain to you what we have done in Oslo. What are these strategies that we are considered? I'll just make them. We have actually considered the lifestyle, the decision-making, foundation of life, and health. So we didn't consider only issues related to streets and buildings, and not only to the air and the green or whatever, but we actually considered everything, absolutely everything, because if we want to think sustainability, we have to think that total thinking. And here I will just give you an example about the decision making. So we have to have plans, we have to have strategies, we have to have policies, we have to have rules, processes, and organizations that include all these issues, both in macro and micro level. And also when we go to, for example, thinking about the health, so it's also important that we think how the city or the development area that we are going to develop, how it will support the physical and the social and cultural activities in the city or in the area that we are working with. And also how it will create an accessibility to the nature that we have around the city and within the city. How we will bring the nature surrounding the city into the city itself. So there will be a continuity. I will talk about these issues later when I talk about the details of the project that we worked with. And also we talk, for example, about housing, how we will include housing in our thinking and our strategies, and how we will create a stable social life within the city. And finally, the other major issue that we also considered, for example, is related to the income or the foundation of the life. Here, we have mainly the job that what we are working with, it will not threaten the foundation of life, particularly the job opportunities and the education opportunities. And of course, that what the city that we are developing, it has to provide a net of safety. The net of safety is mainly about the economic basis for the welfare state, that anyone will feel safe and secured within the society that he is living in the city. And here, this total thinking of the sustainability, both as a macro and micro, actually applied since late 70s, but early 1980s. And we actually, if we consider mainly about Oslo itself, of course it applied in everywhere in Norway. But if you consider Oslo itself, so Oslo worked with it, and I will show also about the project of Oslo Fjord. In 2019, it won the prize to be one of the major cities that it managed to create the European Green Capital. Okay, so let us go now to the topic that I want to bring now about the project that we worked with. Here, we developed a governmental, for the project of the Oslo Fjord, we developed a governmental overall strategy for the area, okay? And we tried to include a strategy where we worked not only isolated. We didn't want to make the decision making only on the top, but also we tried to work with all people, sectors, and who are interested in this project and who will be involved and will be affected by it. And the third issue, which is very important here that we try to work with it, is that the private developers, we tried from the beginning involve them in the process of developing the project, because we have learned afterwards if we don't include private developers from the beginning in such huge project, so we will produce plans that will need later on only change and endless of change, and what the result will be totally different than what we talked in the, for example, in the strategy and the principles. So this chaos has to be considered from the beginning. Okay, I don't know if many of you know about Oslo. It's very close. It's south of Norway. It's close to the Sweden border, and it's actually Oslo itself, the small city. It's about now it's reached about 800,000. So this number is not correct. It's reached about 800,000 because we included new areas administratively and included them to be part of the municipality of Oslo. The area that we worked with, actually, it's about 10 kilometers, the Oslo Fjord. If you see, it's from the east to west, it's about 10 kilometers. And actually, most of this area that we worked with, that we called Oslo Fjord, these areas, they were mostly industrial areas or areas where highway road crossed through, and also partially through or parallel with the airport, the old airport of Oslo. Unfortunately, this type of land use created a very isolated zone between the between the city and the fjord itself. So the users of the residents of Oslo and the visitors and the tourists, they actually didn't benefit from the Oslo fjord. This is number one. Number two, it was very dirty because it was an industrial area, most industrial area, and ignored and so forth. So they didn't clean it. It was very dirty, and this was one of the major problems that we had later to think about. As a beginning with the development of the project, so we have considered different uses, as you know, where included the housing, commercial, offices, cultural use, parks, harbor, and so forth. We didn't want to have one of type of land use or two. We tried to have diversity in order to create a real life in this area. And of course, I will come back again to one issue here, that the traffic, high traffic, is one of the major problems that we had here. And many, unfortunately, many cities, it may be in the Middle East or in other countries, they don't care about this issue, that they use their fuel as an area for their highways, which is not correct. So we totally changed that, and it became an open zone for the population. This is, I'm showing here, of course, we have many different principles here. I'm showing you eight principles here, where you have the, among others, of course, you have sustainable, number one, it is sustainable development, of course. And we have multiple land use, if you see number 5, which is also very, very important, because we didn't want to have, for example, an area that we call it, for example, residential or it's a housing area. But we want to also to be mixed, because we have learned afterwards that when you have in such important area, when it is mixed, so you create better life. All right, so let's go now to the main principles that we have in Bjørvika. Of course, I forgot maybe to tell you that we divided this 10 kilometer into different parts. Every part we give it a name. The part that I'm going to talk about is called Bjørvika, which is exactly in the center of the city, downtown of the center. Okay, so principle number 1 is that we targeted to make a compact urban development, very compact as much as possible, because this is a valuable area. Okay, this is number 1. But number 2, the compact does not mean that will be as compact that there will not be a real life. But in order to achieve that, so the area that we are developing, it should be designed, and we have to identify all these functions that we have there, and all these components of the buildings and the open spaces and the green areas, all they have to be integrated with each other. And also we have to think every time we have to think maintenance. We will not only produce nice things and so on, we are not thinking about the maintenance in future. The second important principle is the blue-green structure, that since we are thinking about bringing the nature into the city and opposite, so we created belts from the outside of Oslo and continued the belts into the city, and of course into the developing areas. That the image you see here on the top, it's where the concept of the idea, and the image that you see below, it shows how actually that reflected in the design. And the principle number three is that what we are developing, it should be attractive, because if we consider attractive concept, so we will increase the use. If a city is not attractive, so how you will, how you can't push the people to use the space, and that will have other reflects in the livability and the psychology of the people. And also the attractive is also, you need to have a space and friendly urban spaces, because you cannot have such attractive space if they are not safe.
I'm so sorry, Doctor. Can I just remind you we have 5 minutes left?
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you.
The other issue here is that we are thinking climate-friendly issues, that we use clean sources for the running of the infrastructure, and also for the building. As you know, we have Norway is one of the countries that depends on clean power. And the other principle, number 5, is creating a cultural street where we put a cultural axis, we put important cultural buildings along this axis. And number 6 is that we have a public transportation system. And so, because we removed all, as I said, the private, mostly the private highway streets. So these are the images from Björvika. I will show you to you quickly. This is how it was in 1970s. This is how we considered as a model. And here you see one of the main streets that we have developed. And you have these green areas on the top of the level of the roof as to balance the ecosystem, or to create the ecosystem. This image shows some of the major buildings that being designed along this Björvika area, and you see the designers who developed them. As I said, we had always open discussion with public, the authority, and the every time we developed, we came to a step. We never jumped to the next step without having an open discussion, talking about what we have done, and people came to these meetings and discussed, and according to the conclusions, we changed and modified. Okay, and these are some few conclusions that I have. I don't want to talk much about them, but you can just read them, because, as you say, I have not so much time. These are some readings that you can use. Actually, many of them, they are from the government and municipality. So about that can give, more details about the project. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nuruddin. It was really interesting and fascinating to see the whole progress in Oslo and how beautiful it is, and also the participation of the public, which is something I think really important that came out through your presentation is really the involvement and engagement of all parties, and that definitely makes a difference. Thank you again. I would like to thank all our esteemed guests for today, for their presentations and for the participation. Of course, we would, in this case as well today, have the participation of everyone, of all the attendees. If there is any question, I can see already a few questions popping up under the screen. So please continue sending them. I will already take the first ones and address them to the specific speaker.
Excuse me. Hello, thank you.
Yes.
We'll take for recording the event. Would you please ask everybody to open the camera? So we'll take a group picture.
Yes, that's a great idea. So everyone, please, it would be fantastic to see your faces. We are far away in different countries, but it would be nice to be all here and show our faces. So I will invite everyone to on their cameras. Fantastic. So I think right now we have a slide on the screen, so we can't see everyone.
Sure.
Maybe we need to change. So I can see a comment. Some panelists can't have their camera on. Would that be okay, Mr. Nahal? Shall we take
Yes.
it like this? Yes. Okay. So a big smile. Yes.
Okay.
Everyone's nodding. Yeah. Fantastic. So I think we can continue.
Everything is okay. Thank you very much. So you can go ahead and
Great. So I will start with the first questions. I just needed some help with the translation. So the first one is, what are the best practices regarding the use of artificial intelligence for the monitoring of marine environments, air pollution, and monitoring and determination of oil pollution from ships? So yes, this I think it's for Dr. Mohammed Nawar.
Yes, thank you very much. Actually, there are a lot of uses of case uses for AI in coastal development and also in environment applications. So we can think about it simply that AI plus Internet of Things, if we have the AI technology and we have also the Internet of Things technology, we can build systems. So those systems need actually as input, they need the data. So we need the data about environment and climate and so on. There is also a need for a model, and there is also a need for an algorithm. So once we have those three inputs, actually, we can think about any use case of AI in environment applications. So we can use them for sea pollution, ocean pollution. We can monitor environment and so on. So we can, what we say, we can create a digital twin actually. So we have the same representation of the reality, but using digital tools and digital sensors. In all cases, when we are using AI, I would like just to emphasize on the need to to make that system ethical, to make it inclusive and robust, and of course trustworthy. So it needs to produce what we expect it to produce, and that system also will have the benefit of learning from previous experience in order to predict what would be the situation in the future. So, and of course, that prediction is mainly based on the quality of data and the quality of model, and of course, the quality of algorithms that we are using, and as I mentioned actually in my presentation. So to make the long story short, yes, there are a lot of applications of AI in environment and ocean pollution, sea pollution, and so on. Back to you, Tatiana. We can't hear you.
Apologies for that. Thank you very much, Dr. Nawar. The same person, I hope I pronounced correctly, Maher Ayege or Aleg, depending on the nationality, is asking another question, and I think it's specific to the Arab countries. If by any chance you have programs for raising capacity and empowering the region for the use of artificial intelligence, specifically for the Arab countries.
Yes, actually, yes. This is exactly our mandate. So we are covering, as we said, 20 Arab countries for the moment, and hopefully there are 2 other countries coming to join ESQA soon. So what we offer, actually, we offer to Arab countries 3 type of assistance. The first one is to help them to build their policies and national strategies, including, of course, AI and all type of new technologies, how they can harness this new technology for socioeconomic development. The second action is also we are developing a lot of tools that would be helpful for policymakers in the Arab region to develop and to take decisions based on data. So we are developing digital platforms, indicators, and simulators for that. The third type of action that ESQA is working is we are also launching a lot of initiatives related to new technology, and more specifically, there is an initiative using GIS for climate change called RICAR. And actually, all those initiatives and activities are available through our website. So I would suggest I can maybe type the website of ESQA, and so that all participants, if they are interested, they can visit our website and benefit from all the activities that we are offering to the Arab region. Back to you, Tatiana.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think we will anyway share with everyone and other participants, I think, the links to your profiles and also the websites, the official websites. But we can do maybe this also in the chat and share with all the panelists. So thank you very much. A last question for you, I think, from Nadine Bitar. Do you think that applying AI can somehow be having a disconnect from social innovation and environmental sustainability? Maybe for the cost. So the question is, do you think that it is better to have a smart city strategy in which AI is applied, because the pitfall for having sometimes a separate AI strategy is that it might disconnect from social innovation and environmental sustainability?
Well, actually, the two options are possible. Actually, we could have like one digital agenda in which we cover every technology and on national level, or we could have also several policies with, of course, we need to be very careful that those policies would not be contradictory, and they would lead the country to the target that were decided by policymakers. So from our experience, actually, we are working on both options. So some countries are asking ESQA to assist them to build the digital agenda for that country. So we would have like a global strategy for the country covering all areas, all sectors, and so on. And then we will leave to each sector, to each ministry to develop its own action plan. So this is one scenario. The other countries also are asking us specifically to develop strategies and policies for specific technologies such as artificial intelligence. And I mentioned the example of Jordan, and also we suggested such a strategy to Lebanon last year, but I think that it's still in the process of approval. It's not yet approved. So both options are possible, and there's the most important thing is that we have specific goals, specific targets, and also a specific time frame that we would like to attain by the end of this strategy. I hope that this would answer the question of Ms. Nadine.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I have another question from Nadine. I think this time it's for Ms. Kobe Brand. It's related to nature-based solutions. So she's mentioning, regarding the Africa experience in nature-based solutions, I think it is very valid for secondary cities in the Arab world with low budget. How these could be implemented in low-budget environments?
Thank you. Thank you very much for that question as well. It is true that most of the developing world where urbanization is taking place the fastest is in fact in secondary cities. So, and often these secondary cities are not necessarily your capital cities or your big economic hubs. So they do not stand first in line for large infrastructure investments. Nature-based solutions do not have to cost an arm and a leg, because we're going back to nature and we go back to what we already know. For centuries even, people have lived in harmony with nature and have used nature. We look at indigenous communities the world over. They are protecting the natural environments and the ecosystems on which they depend for their livelihoods. So we're not necessarily looking at costly interventions. In fact, your hard infrastructure, like building a hard seawall, for instance, is much more expensive than restoring and rehabilitating a wetland. And these restoration efforts and these building efforts of nature with nature can actually also be job creation opportunities for poor communities. So at the same time, you can get a job for your local community members, but you can also build something that will last and be sustainable. The only financial consideration is that your return on investment is not as immediate as, for instance, a hard infrastructure costly design, because you will already have an asset like a sea wall that is an infrastructure asset and can be insured. But for instance, a nature-based solution where you restore a coral reef or you restore a wetland or mangrove forest will take much longer time and will not have an immediate financial benefit, but over time it will only grow stronger and the benefits will be multiple. It will be financial, it will be economic, it will be social, cultural, and environmental. And it will, as we say, also address the climate change issues. So the benefits just far outweigh any other options. And yes, indeed, it does not have to be costly. It can be quite simple measures and labor-intensive measures that also create local jobs.
Thank you very much for your answer. And I would like to ask if I can still see him here, Mr. Koro, who presented earlier about the projects in the Philippines restoring the mangrove ecosystem. Maybe you can also, any financial implication. I could see from the presentation you had many partners, and that's maybe is one of the clues, partnerships. But did you also seek for financial support? How was your experience?
Thank you. And joining the feedback from Ms. Kobe, the process for nature-based solutions, if you're on the ground and there's a frontline and local government for that's a coastal community, cost is really a factor. But it's the process of understanding what kind of nature-based solution that will work for you. Because you don't do nature-based solution to address a problem now. You're trying to address a problem that will continuously happen. That's why you go for that particular solution. For example, storm surges are best, by science, are best addressed with mangrove covers versus seawalls. So why would you invest in a seawall when you know it's gonna be destroyed if you have regular storm surges almost every year? So you have to understand the issue, then you have to understand the science, and the science will tell you what's the right strategy for nature-based solutions. Now, having that concept in place comes the funding. And sustainable funding for nature-based solution is still very much a challenge. Right now, we are looking into your own funds, then you're looking at national government funds, mostly philanthropic funds, but still, as per the presentation of Ms. Kobe, it's still pretty much not yet in the sphere of how you will insure it, meaning how do you access banking solutions that will address financing for long term. You have to understand, as again, per the presentation of Ms. Kobe, nature-based solutions takes a long time. There is no direct ROI. You do not, not like building a seawall or building roads. It's not going to be there immediately. So you have to look at it from a long-term perspective. What's the benefit? Does it somehow address the other social issues if we go for nature-based solutions? Food, aside from security, aside from sources of livelihood, what are the other factors that you have to consider in selecting this nature-based solution? So considering all of this, that's why participatory process in all of the presentations was highlighted, because it's about people selecting what kind of future do you want for yourself and for your community. If you're going to live in that community for the rest of your life, then what kind of community do you want to have? And that's when you have that as an agreement amongst all the people, the various stakeholders that you have, the partners that will help you, then you can decide on how much are you going to spend for nature-based solution. And that will not matter anymore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Koron. And I think it would be interesting also to hear from Dr. Oshar his experience in Oslo. I mean, of course, maybe the framework is different, but what was interesting from the three speakers is that there's always this need of partnerships and a public sector coming together with private sector. So it would be interesting to understand in Oslo, how did that work? I noted that Dr. Shah mentioned the cooperation with private developers was fundamental. And this is also interesting because you would think that legislation would be enough through urban planning. But the interesting part is that you mentioned cooperation and participation also of the public. So I would like to, if it's possible, if Dr. Oshar is still here. Yes.
Yeah, sure. This is actually a very wide issue, but the point here is that number one is that you have to have a real tradition, a real culture that accepts this. Without having a real culture, and I mean the tradition that the people, they accept it, they have it, they know it, and they practice it, they accept it. If the people in the school, when they deal with each other in the everyday life, they have this culture. So the next step, when they do strategies and policies, it will be, as a part of their culture to practice it. So the next step will be then how to make it successful and how to make it a good process. In our case, what we have done, that, for example, when the issue itself, when the developing Oslo Fjord itself rised by the investors, people who they wanted to invest in this area as a developers, and also the people from the residents, from the users of the city. So, and of course, in addition to the different research and the municipalities, so we had so many different sources that interests that they came together at the end, and we made several meetings and conferences like this to understand the dimension of the problem. And then because we had this wide participation, that we had the government there, we had the municipality. When I say government, so I mean because in Norway we have the municipality and the government, two different, and not two different, but at two level of authorities. We had the government there, and we had the municipality there, and we had the people there and the investors there. So all of them, they presented their interests, how they want, and how far they can go and how much they want. So by this way, we managed to know what can we do. I will give a very small example. That, for example, to remove the main traffic from the Oslo Fjord, we had to build a tunnel. And if we hadn't have enough financial support from the government to build a huge tunnel that crossed the whole 10 kilometers under the sea, under the Oslo Fjord, so the project couldn't be done as we planned. So we could still see the traffic, the high traffic in that area. So when the state came, the Norwegian Public Roads Administration said, okay, we will pay billions of dollars, just go ahead. So when we got this support, so we said, okay, then we will plan this tunnel. So we worked with that. So the same was that the private, the companies also, they said, okay, we will invest, we will build this and this and that. And of course, the municipality got support. It had its own money in addition to getting support from different sources in the government to, for example, to build the major cultural buildings. So and we, of course, all the time from the beginning, we applied all these principles from the beginning. And of course, we don't forget, we had with us, sorry to mention that, I'm so late, we had the architects and the town planners all the time with us. And of course, the other specialists in this issue. So all of them, they work together in order to advise the investors, in order to advise the government, the different sectors in the government and the municipality.
Thank you, Doctor. I think the interesting part is that we're talking here about an urban area and the coastal, as a coastal development compared to maybe nature-based solutions and ecosystems restoration. So these maybe are also need different engagement from private and public. But definitely what comes up here is that there's a need for community and definitely building a culture. And I think this is what everyone has been doing in the Philippines, in Africa, and in the Arab region, is really about awareness and education at all levels and having all parties coming together. So I think we've answered all the questions. Mr. Nahal, what do you think?
Thank you very much, Mrs. Tatiana. I think we have to move on as the scheduled program. We need to move to session 4. Thank you very much for the panelists and speakers. And we'll go to session 4. أشكر جميع المحاضرين وأشكر مديرة الجلسة السيدة تاتيانا، ونتجه إلى الجلسة الرابعة نحو التنمية الخضراء في المناطق الساحلية. سيكون معنا الدكتور الخليل الشريف، باحث أول في كلية العلوم في جامعة البرتغال في دولة البرتغال. فليتفضل مشكورا.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. أحييكم من مدينة بورتو البرتغالية في هذا الصباح الباكر، الأجواء الباردة هنا في بورتو، وأتمنى أن تكون هذه الأيام الأخيرة من هذه السنة نهاية الأحزان ونهاية هذا الوباء، وأتمنى أن تكونوا بفجيرة، ومرحب أيضا بالضيوف الكرام الحاضرين معي في هذه الجلسة الحوارية. إذن في إطار مؤتمر الفجيرة الدولي الثالث للبيئة البحرية والسواحل المنظم من لدن بلدية الفجيرة ومركز البيئة المدن العربية بدولة الإمارات الشقيقة تحت عنوان التنمية الخضراء للمناطق الساحلية يوم 21 و 22 من دجنبر الجاري، في إطار هذا المؤتمر تأتي هذه المحاضرة التي ستناقش التنمية الخضراء في المناطق الساحلية في إطار تسليط الضوء على التنمية الخضراء للساحل بمختلف مكوناته باعتباره أحد أهم ركائز التوازن البيئي. إذن كانت وما تزال علاقة الإنسان بالساحل علاقة كونية تمثل تعايشه واستغلاله لجزء من البيئة التي يعيش فيها، فالساحل هو المستقبل والمضيف للإنسان ومخلفاته، وهو مظهر من مظاهر التغيرات الطبيعية ذات الطابع الجيولوجي، البيولوجي، الكيميائي، الفيزيائي أو غيرها. ومع الطفرة الاقتصادية التي شهدها العالم صار الإنسان أقرب من ذي قبل إلى الساحل ومكوناته، بانيا آمله الاقتصادية والأمنية عليه، ومستثمرا نزواته الفكرية والمعمارية فيه، ومستمتعا بجماليته وهدوئه، ليصبح أحد أهم المعايير لتطور الشعوب. لكن سرعان ما أضحى يعاني هذا الأخير من التآكل والتلوث الذي صار خطرا على الإنسان وصحته، وخللا للتوازن الطبيعي بمختلف مكوناته، وإنذارا لوضع أصعب من ذي قبل. إذن كيف يمكن أن نعرف استدامة الساحل؟ وما هو الإطار العام لخلق مدن ساحلية مستدامة؟ كيف يمكن تتبع ورصد إمكانية وجود البيئة وجودة البيئة الساحلية من أجل تحقيق هذه التنمية؟ كيف يتم ويجب تخطيط لإنزال هذين المفهومين، أي التنمية الساحلية المستدامة والخضراء على أرض الوجود؟ وما هي خطورة تجاهل استباقية بيئة ساحلية مستدامة على حياة الإنسان؟ ما معنى المفهوم الاقتصاد الأخضر أو الأزرق؟ وما الفرق بينهما؟ وكيف يتم تحضير الاقتصاد الأزرق؟ وما هي ثمار تنزيل هذا المفهوم الجديد على الساحل؟ وهل عرت جائحة كورونا وأكدت حقيقة التأثير الإنساني على البيئة الساحلية؟ وفي الأخير، هل ما زال مفهوم المدن الذكية والمستدامة بديلا ناجحا ولا مفر منه بعد جائحة كورونا لتحقيق هذا المفهوم، أي استدامة الساحل؟ لإجابة على هذه الأسئلة وغيرها سعيد باستضافة كل من الدكتورة نزهة مجاد مباشرة من المغرب، من الدار البيضاء. أتمنى أن تكون معنا هنا دكتورة نزهة. إذن الدكتورة نزهة مجاد باحثة بجامعة الحسن الثاني بنفس المدينة.
الدكتورة نجدة، أوكي.
هي غير موجودة.
موجودة.
إذن باحثة في مجال الكيمياء الجيولوجية البيئية، النظائر، علم الأرض، التلوث البحري، استدامة، النمو الأزرق، التعدين في أعماق البحار وغيرها في نفس السياق، وهي من بين أهم الناشطين شباب في مجال البيئة في المغرب. كذلك تشرف باستضافة الدكتورة علا العمروني مباشرة من تونس، عاصمة تونس. الدكتورة علا العمروني أستاذة مساعدة أو أستاذة للتعليم العالي وباحثة بالمعهد الوطني للعلوم والتكنولوجيا البحار بقرطاج سالامبو بتونس، وأستاذة زائرة في كلية العلوم بتونس وكلية العلوم بصفاقس وكلية الآداب والعلوم الإنسانية بسوسة. الدكتورة هي صاحبة مقالات علمية عديدة في ديناميكية السواحل وعوامل تآكل الشواطئ. هي أيضا أحد الفعاليات العربيات على مستوى العالمي في عديد من المشاريع العلمية. كذلك أيضا أتشرف باستضافة الباحثة فيرانون مباشرة من بيروت عاصمة لبنان. هي خبيرة متخصصة في التنمية المستدامة والنظم البيئية البحرية. فيرانون سفيرة مبادرة تخطيط الحيز البحري لدى منظمة اليونسكو، وهي أيضا إحدى الفاعلات الشبابية التي بصمت حضورها في مشاريع إنمائية دولية. ويحضر معنا أيضا من دبي السيد منير كبارة، مسير في شركة كوبر واتر هاوس لممارسة استشارية لقطاع المدن والحكومات المحلية. السيد منير كبارة شاغل منصب في مهندس ومستشار في شركات عديدة بالعالم في مجال البيئة والمدن المستدامة. ومن أبو ظبي بالإمارات الدكتور مصطفى التومي يحضر معنا، خبير فيما يسمى بالطاقات النظيفة بالشبكة الأوروبية الخليجية لتقنيات الطاقة النظيفة في دول عديدة: اليونان، الإمارات العربية المتحدة، المغرب. دكتور مصطفى التومي أجرى العديد من الدراسات الدولية في تطوير خطط استراتيجية في مجال الطاقة المستدامة، وهو محاضر نشيط ودولي في استخدام الطاقة المتجددة. إذن دوري هنا تأطير محاور هذا النقاش، وكذا تأطيرها في حيز زمني 10 دقائق لكل متدخل، المرجو من كل المتدخلين احترامها. أبدأ من حيث انتهيت معك مصطفى التومي. صباح النور.
صباح النور دكتور خليل.
صباح النور، مشرفين بك. إذا دكتور مصطفى التومي، مرحبا بك مجددا. يعني إن كان أمكن في 10 دقائق، كيف يمكن أن نعرف استدامة الساحل، وما هو الإطار العام لخلق مدن ساحلية مستدامة؟ بطبيعة الحال يمكن قرن الإجابة على هذا السؤال بالحديث عن مثال معين في مجال جغرافي محدد كما تريد. لك الكلمة الدكتور مصطفى التومي، وأذكر في 10 دقائق إن كان أمكن. شكرا لك.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور خليل عادل، المقدمة الطيبة والشاملة حول الموضوع، وأنا سعيد جدا باللقاء معكم اليوم، وأشكر كذلك منظمين هذا المؤتمر القيم إن شاء الله، موفقين إن شاء الله. خلينا نعمل سكرين شير سكرين.
تفضل تفضل دكتور، لك السكرين شير.
شكرا جزيلا، استسمح.
نعم.
ايوه، لا اتكلم بالانجليزي لو سمحتم. Thank you very much, and I'm glad to be with you today. The title of my presentation is the sustainability.
Interpreter is available also in Arabic. Yeah.
Sustainability framework for coastal cities, case studies from Europe. I will start with this wise introduction from Nelson Mandela: action without vision is only passing time. Vision without action is merely daydreaming, but a vision with action can change the world. So we have a strategy, we have a policy, but without action, I'm not sure that we can succeed. So sustainable development, the way forward, international call for progress to be made toward a more resilient and sustainable future worldwide, including the Sustainable Development Goal. Everybody knows those concepts, the Conventional Biological Diversity and the Paris Agreement. Since this Paris Agreement in 2015, sustainability has gained traction around the world, in all the region, in all the countries. So efforts are underway in many countries across the world to advance green and sustainable concept and reduce the carbon footprint of the main sector of the economy, including the coastal areas. The coastal zone is a space that is very obvious that many social, economic, and political activities interact in this very critical coastal zone. Coastal communities face the dynamic nature of the coast everyday environment due to the climate change impacts, so the increase of the threat of rising global sea levels, increased frequency of storms, and possibly of increase of erosion and flooding. To cope this threat, communities need to adapt and employ sustainable coastal management to ensure the well-being of people and coastal environment. So the EU, that is the subject of my presentation, is a case study from EU. So from the beginning of this century, they started developing those concepts, particularly the integrated coastal zone management as a holistic framework for a strategy for Europe. But then they have also issued a recommendation concerning the implementation of integrated coastal management in Europe in 2002. This integrated coastal zone management is defined as a continuous process with the general aim of implementing sustainable development goal in coastal zones through optimal management of human activities in this area to improve the state of coastal environment and maintain its diversity. So both Bartland report and the Agenda 21 identified the need of a sustainable management for coastal zones as a prime example for viable social ecological system under pressure. King has introduced in 2003 the integrated coastal zone management, which seek to develop an integrated model for sustainable development that is based on finding point of convergence among the four main pillars of the sustainable concept. So a number of methodological framework have been suggested to enhance the efficacy of human decision-making processes with regard to sustainability. It was highlighted in the European Parliament Council communication in 2002. And such framework is called the System Approach Framework, the SAF, developed and tested during the FP6 European Union project called SPICOSA. So the SAF methodology is an interactive process. It contains the main step, starting by system design and identification, of course, system formulation and system appraisal or evaluation. And of course, at the end of the model, we have the outputs. The main message coming from this model is it's considered that cooperation and consultation between the relevant stakeholders are key, and it has to be throughout the process. Stimulating, and to promote and this integrated coastal zone management, the EC created a database called Our Coast. We have more than 350 best practices from different countries in the framework of a holistic knowledge management strategy. But it's been pointed out that the SAF evaluation has to be improved with another model that can evaluate the performance of those case studies. The tool that has been developed is based on the four categories, based on the four pillars of the sustainable goals, including environmental quality, economic, social well-being, and governance. And for each category, the experts have included, the main indicators that has to be included in the evaluation of the SAF model. It has been, carried out in Germany, in Lithuania, and Finland, in some site and projects. And in this graph, we can see that with a scoring going from -3 to 3, that's, for example, in the environmental quality, we have to see that, for example, the site of Göttingen in Germany has the highest score. And we can identify, the weaknesses and, the assets in this particular, for example, site, while the other site has to be, also improved in some areas on the environmental category. For the economics, the same, but in this case, it's not the same site that has the high score is the site in Western Finland, who has the high score in the economic sectors. That is, I think, very important to highlight. So the existing assessment framework are often focused on particular themes, as we said, and that confine their utility to the context of the sustainable development goal. For this reason, other concepts emerge, like the circles of coastal sustainability for cities. It's a very holistic, approach, including the main four main pillars. But with reduced indicator to ease, this evaluation, and it's very useful for decision makers. For example, they tried to identify the weaknesses and the strength for Spain, and it was highlighted that the CCS, for example, model demonstrate that economic problems do not have purely economic solutions, and nor do environmental problems have purely environmental solutions. That is just an example, and you can see that on the environmental ecology category, there is a lot of weaknesses regarding the alteration of landscape and the ecosystem function. As for example, in the economics, they are pretty, performant regarding, for example, the economic well-being. But the impact on the environment is very weak, and we have to improve, the environmental ecology in Spain. But we have to enhance also the other indicators on governance and social and cultural categories. So the lesson learned, we have seen that there is a need to enhance the interaction between all the categories. And the case studies also highlighted that managers could use integrated approach tool as an integrative framework to guide and focus attention toward priority. And the results demonstrate the solution to coastal problems must address society and its relationship with nature and the whole system. So in conclusion, bridge the coastal area knowledge hubs in our countries is very important to enhance the science policy interface. And we also to bridge the capacity gap in coastal integrated management and planning to support decision making by doing trainings, seminars, study tours that the EUGCC are also facilitating. Modeling plays an important understanding and the magnitude of the impact of coastal activities and improving the evidence of policy making for implementing measures to mitigate the challenges. And also I have to mention that also smart cities, sustainable coastal areas that can take benefit of the smart technologies. The aim is to minimize the waste of resources, to improve the quality of life, to address the needs of present and future generations with respect to economic, social, environmental, and cultural aspects. And last but not least, technology cooperation. This is one of the aims of this workshop or this conference, to bring all those experts from abroad and see how we can cooperate and innovate and also sustain the emerging clean and sustainable technology and solutions. That's from my side. Thank you very much, and over to you, Dr. Al-Khalil.
شكرا مجددا للدكتور مصطفى التومي على اولا على احترام الوقت، ثانيا على هذه المعلومات القيمة التي قدمتها. اذا الدكتور مصطفى التومي حاول ان يقدم بشكل زعما سريع معنى استدامه الساحل والاطار العام لتطبيقه وخلقه في داخل اوروبا، وقدم ايضا الاساليب والتقنيات المطوره من اجل انزال هذا المفهوم وهو تسيير استدامه الساحل. كذلك تحدث عن النموذج الإسباني وكذا الإيجابيات والسلبيات، وخلص إلى كون أن هذا المفهوم يحاول مساعدة متخذي القرار في تسيير استدامة الساحل ومراقبة جودته. إذن مرورا إلى ما هو تقني وما هو متعلق بالأبحاث المتعلقة بالساحل مع الدكتورة علا العمروني من تونس. إذن الدكتورة علا العمروني، كيف يعني أنا أعرف أن هناك مجموعة من المفاهيم العلمية التي لخصتها في هذا السؤال بشكل يعني ضيق، كيف يمكن تتبع ورصد ديناميكية وجودة البيئة الساحلية يعني من أجل تحقيق هذه التنمية المستدامة المؤطرة فيما يسمى بالاقتصاد الأخضر، يعني من الجانب التقني ومن الجانب العلمي المحض. لك الكلمة في 10 دقائق دكتورة علا العمروني.
شكرا دكتور خليل، شكرا لهذا التقديم الرائع لهذه الورشة. في بدء أود أن أشكر كل الفريق المنظم لهذا المؤتمر الذي بفضله اجتمع حول الشريط الساحلي خبراء من العالم أجمع لدراسة المشاكل والمفاهيم ولإيجاد محاولة إيجاد حلول. I will share my screen, please, just to start. It's okay? Hello?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Hello? Okay, it's okay, but I just will start. So, thank you so much to give me this opportunity to present our research program. And I'm here as a scientist, of course, from the National Institute of Marine Science and Technology from Tunisia. And I will present for you several results and some recommendation for the sustainability of the coastal areas. And my presentation today will talk about the monitoring of coastal dynamic and environment quality for the sustainable green development economy. So, as we know, the coastal areas are the transition areas between land and sea. And it includes several landscapes like the lake, the wetland, the salt marsh. And these coastal landscapes have a big use in the world. For example, are the most productive ecosystem, and it is a natural barriers to marine disasters like the storm surge, like the submersion and tsunamis. The coastal ecosystem also provide valuable function and services for human society in the agriculture, fishery, and touristic activities. And it is densely populated and economically important areas. But unfortunately, the coastal area are under pressure. And the natural pressure, as we know, is the climate change driver, like the sea level rise and the storminess wave storm. And the second pressure is a very high urban growth. And this pressure leads to big issues in coastal areas all over the world. And these issues and from the over-exploitation of natural resources, the destruction of habitat, of forest dunes, and of course, the pollution, the coastal and marine pollution. These issues also are manifested by the disequilibrium of the coastal sediment imbalance due to the modern abrupt changes in precipitation patterns and, of course, to the man-made infrastructure like the dam structure, the port harbor dikes, the building close to the beach that distract the coastal dunes. So to understand how this coastal area operates and to understand these issues and to quantify the damage, we start since I start over 20 years of experience, and since 10 years in my institute, with the collaboration of the multidisciplinary team, severe monitoring program. And this monitoring program, of course, are managed and several projects, national and international projects, scientific projects, with the collaboration of the manager, decider, and stakeholders, and of course, the public. The first monitoring program is for the coastal shoreline dynamic assessments. And this monitoring program is undertaken from the geological survey, from the satellite monitoring, photogrammetric assessment, etc. What we find in this research program is that the North African sandy coast are under an alarming shoreline retreats. And this, as you can see, we have a big rates of the shoreline retreat that can attain 5.6 meters per year. And this is along the last century. And we have subdivided this retreat into two periods. The first one, the natural period, when we have the low population near the coast. This retreat is due to the storm surge, to natural driver like tsunami and subsidence. And this period is really marked by this retreat, but the beach can restore itself and can acclimate itself by the river flow and the longshore drift supply. In the second period, when we have a densely populated coastal areas, this abnormal erosion extended over more than 50% sandy beach in North Africa, resulting from the severe deficit of sediment transport caused primarily by a rapid coastal urban growth that obstructs sediment flow to the shoreline. The sediment I blocked in the dam, I blocked in the port dikes, and the sediment the destruction of sediment is by the building on the dune system. So the second monitoring program is for the coastal aquifer salinity, and our assessment the last decades show and reveals a high degree of the coastal salinity for the water, the aquifer water. And of course, this is due to the rapid urban growth that accelerated the sea water intrusion that can attain 5 kilometers inland. This increasing coastal aquifer salinity, of course, lead to the soil desiccation and the degradation of the agriculture. And as you see in the diachronic, in the aerial photography, when you see here in the olive trees, the landscape changed over the 40 years to the salt crest, the Sabha landscape. And this multi-criteria approach to the monitoring is applied to understand the link from continent to the coast via the dam connection, the sediment charge deliverance from the upstream of the river to the coastal zone. And what we find is that the last decades, no more sand has reached the sea from the largest river in North African coast. Here, we are talking about Tunisia, Morocco, and Algeria. And as you see in the satellite photography, the shoreline is really with an alarming degree of degradation and regression inland. So all these indicators leads to the establishment of the coastal vulnerability. It's a very good tool chart for the to manage for the stockholder, for the governance, the good governance. And we provide this coastal vulnerability in the physical index and for the socio-economical index. And we find that the North African delta and sand beach are very and high vulnerable, with 47% in total case. This vulnerability is very critical issues for people and for resources. So the existing condition in the coastal area, sandy beach, what we find in North Africa and in Arabic region, is that we have a severe shoreline retreats with an accelerated seawater intrusion. Of course, we believe in a reduction of vegetation coverage that will impact negatively the crop production and, of course, the food security. And all this negative impact leads to the very high coastal vulnerability. So what we propose now, I will present our innovative solution that is prepared with under a consortium with the Integral Group. And this innovative solution, we present a combined solution, because the coastal area is a very complex domain. It needs a multidisciplinary team, and it needs a coupled solution based on nature. For the first solution, as we see in the figure, we present the wave energy conversion technique to convert the energy of wave for the local people utilization. And also we suggest that the dune stabilization with the nature-based solution like the wind fences is a very good way to protect our beach softly, to manage it with nature solution. Of course, we have the beneficial use of the sediment blocked here, for example, and to re-nourish the eroded beach. The groundwater management to reduce the intrusion is also proposed in our solution. And of course, we suggest and we present in our program to building better policies for the government, and to implement tools for the community for the extent future coastal hazards. Our project is mainly based on green infrastructure. It is a clear, measurable, and sustainable impact, present a sustainable impact on coastal sustainability and resilience. And of course, we support the grey infrastructure, like the natural shoreline maintained by locally low-cost sustainable techniques in North Africa, and we need a low-cost management, like the dune fences, for example, and from the local industry. The benefits of this innovative erosion solution is the protection of life and property from coastal hazards, to protect water supply and agriculture, to sustain increases in tourism when we have lovely beach, and enable growth of sustainable fishing industry. This proposal was submitted to the World Bank's West Africa Coastal Area Management Program last year, and we win, our consortium win the top 5 candidates rank, and we hope that it will be implemented in the sensitive coastal area. I would thank this group from USA, the Integral, Senegal, from Medusa, and from the INSTM of Tunisia. So thank you so much for your attention, and please keep in mind that smart monitoring is the best tool for green development. Thank you.
إذن شكرا مرة أخرى الدكتورة علا على أولا احترام الوقت المحدد، وكذا على هذه المعلومات القيمة فيما يتعلق برصد ديناميكية وجودة البيئة الساحلية مع إدراج مفهوم التنمية الخضراء للساحل. الدكتورة حلا حاولت في هذا التقديم الرائع أن تقدم لنا الخصائص الطبيعية للساحل وأنظمته، كذلك حاولت أن تقدم التأثيرات الطبيعية وكذلك البشرية الطبيعية كالتغيرات المناخية ومشاكلها، وكذا التأثير البشري المتمثل في التأثير العمراني. قدمت أيضا مجموعة من المشاريع التي حاولت أن تعالج هذه التأثيرات في مناطق محددة كتونس والمغرب والجزائر كما ذكرت، وقدمت أيضا الحلول المقترحة في إطار مشاريع متعلقة بالبحث العلمي في جامعة تونس، والتي ترمي بالأساس إلى خلق وإنزال التنمية الخضراء للساحل في إطار هذه الدراسات التقنية. مشكورة مرة أخرى الدكتورة علا على هذا التقديم. ومن تونس أمر إلى لبنان وإلى بيروت معذرة، وأطرح السؤال على الباحثة فيرانون. كيف يتم ويجب التخطيط لإنزال هذين المفهومين اللذين تحدث عليهما سواء الدكتور مصطفى التومي وكذلك دكتورة علا العمروني، التنمية الساحلية المستدامة والخضراء على أرض الوجود من منظورك الخاص؟ لك الكلمة فيرانون في 10 دقائق.
Thank you, Khalil, and thank you for the organizers for this lovely opportunity. It's always a pleasure to see experts from all over the world trying to discuss tangible solutions for our coasts. What I will give is rather an overview, a general overview of different things or actions that can be done to actually implement or promote sustainable development. And I will do this by exploring the different scales of planning. Evidently, a lot of the things that I said have already been mentioned, so I will go briefly over them. But I would like to start by reflection requests. So as humans, we need to really reflect on how we are impacting our planet. So in order to do this, we have to go back and as we started using, of course, oxygen, water, and food, and giving back in our own small way. As we started building houses, we needed more building materials, we needed more fertile lands to have agriculture, but we were also increasing our emissions. Likewise, as we began to settle down into bigger settlements and cities, we needed to have more raw material in order to build our cities, our transportation systems, and mainly humans began to settle by major river basins, the example of the Fertile Crescent. But as we started expanding, so were our emissions. The different types of pollutants were increasing from agriculture, from industry, etc. And rivers were not enough for us. We wanted to move towards the coast. So we had more resources to exploit, marine resources, seawater, fish, etc., river basins. And additionally, our pollutants were increasing, and it's starting to get more and more impactful. So what happened is that as we colonized entire sea basins, we were using common resources. We were using oil and gas and fish and raw materials and seawater, but we were also causing common problems. The example of marine debris and plastic pollution is one of the most concrete problems. And it's become a common problem. We cannot blame it on one nation or the other. So, and we even reached the most remote islands of all to exploit the resources, to really, and our pollution reached places on the planet that we cannot imagine having pollution. And the solution is what? Are we going to move to another planet and start exploiting that? Well, so far we haven't found that solution. So what we need to do is focus on what we have. Like, we need to see in every scale of this development process, on every level, how we can make small changes that will achieve sustainability, because we cannot start from a very wide target. We need to start in small actions. So the thing is, today our ecosystem is at risk. We have a lot of mass extinctions happening. We have a lot of stocks that are being depleted. Our culture is at risk. So when we talk about sustainability, we must not forget our heritage. We must not forget our history. We must not forget the local communities who are depending on marine resources. And finally, the reason for this destruction is because we are putting economic benefit as a priority. So what can we do? Well, as humans, we have developed many planning tools. If you want to use plan your house, you get an architect. If you want to manage the space of a city or plan a city, you have urban planners. If you want to manage coastal uses, as Professor talked earlier, we have integrated coastal zone management. But what is also important is to think of the seas. So how do we plan our seas? Through maritime spatial planning. So I will just go through all these different scales of planning and tools to see how within each scale we are able to have small actions that will lead to a sustainable coast. So in architecture, for example, you have all heard of green building certifications. In the UAE, particularly, there's Istidama, we have the LEED Green Building. And what are these certifications about? They are mainly about trying for the building itself to have the lowest impact on its environment. For example, if you want to achieve energy efficiency, the actions can be as little as a good orientation of your building for the sun, for the air to come, to reduce your need for insulation, to reduce your need for air conditioning, for heating systems. But it can also be through innovative technologies that will help meter your consumption, renewable energy, etc. It's also about using sustainable materials. So as we are building our houses and our cities, it's important to consider the source of this material. You cannot say, I'm having a green building and you are destroying the Amazon forest to get your wood. You cannot say, I'm building a sustainable building if you're producing so much waste and so much leftover for the materials. So the materials that we use to build our cities and our homes are very crucial to consider in, if you want to really address sustainability. Water. Water is life. Water has always been said that it's going to be the source of the next wars. And particularly in the Arab region, we're starting to have water scarcity. So on a scale of a building, on a scale of as little as your toilet, the choice of the toilet you use, to the choice of the plants that you plant, on such little changes that you make in your house, you are able to participate in the sustainable development process. Xeriscaping, for example, particularly in the Arab region, water harvesting, but the most important is to reduce your consumption. So moving from the scale of architecture to urban planning, I will go briefly because this has been addressed many times. Of course, the efficiency of systems, we're talking about mobility, walkability, we're talking about the distribution of facilities, the urban densities. So when do we have to go on high level buildings, or when we have more lower density buildings? Of course, in order to fight the climate change impact, we need to have materials that are resistant for heat, that will reflect and reduce the heat island effect that our cities are producing. And as also that has been mentioned before, to keep green and blue corridors in the city. And this is not just for the benefits of the animals roaming around and the ecosystem, it's for the benefits of the inhabitants. When you have nature crossing your city, instead of having cement forests, you are able to have a more healthy environment for the residents and not just for the ecosystems. So as we move towards the sea, it's important to understand the concept of land and sea interaction. So this means that we are having impacts coming from land and affecting the sea space, but we're also having impacts coming from the sea space affecting our land. And these impacts can be categorized from man-made impacts or natural. I will go briefly through this just for you to understand the importance of the coastal area from that perspective. So if we want to talk about the impact from the land towards the sea, there are a lot of activities such as agriculture or tourism or any kind of activities that we're having is impacting the sea, and it's causing marine debris, it's causing sewage runoff, it's causing agricultural runoff, it's causing industrial runoff. So this is how humans are impacting the oceans. However, there are also natural phenomena that are occurring, such as erosion and accretion, which are also influenced by human action. However, these are natural processes. Dr. Ala has already mentioned a lot about that. Now, what about what is happening from the sea and affecting the coast? Well, we also are all familiar with the problem of oil spills. We are the developments on the development of coastal marinas and private projects and resorts, ballast water discharge. So even ships coming from the ocean are affecting our coastal areas, and of course the tourism, which is affecting a lot, particularly sensitive touristic destinations. We're talking about Venice, for example. There are also a lot of natural phenomena such as tsunamis and hurricanes. So why am I talking about all of this? Because if you really want to have a sustainable coastal city, you need to take all of this into consideration. You need to see how we as humans are affecting our coastal and marine areas, because you cannot separate them, and how we can adapt our cities and our communities to the impacts that are coming from the ocean, to the impact of the sea on our coastal areas. I'm not going to talk about integrated coastal zone management, as also it has been covered, but it's just, I would like to move towards the sea. And I know we're talking about coastal areas. However, we cannot separate these two entities from each other, because as you can see, most of our discharge in the oceans is coming from the land. Most of our pollutants are coming from the land. So if you really want to have a sustainable coast, you cannot just think, okay, I'll do everything on the coast and then forget about the ocean. So this is where I move towards marine spatial planning. So all of our needs are being transferred to the ocean. There are a lot of activities taking place, from oil and gas to fisheries to tourism. Of course, all of it is linked to the coast. However, we are affecting our seas. So our seas are becoming crowded. Our impact is increasing. There are spatial problems, spatial conflicts, environmental conflicts. And this is where maritime spatial planning has appeared, or was born, or was created, let's say, in order to balance our need for space for economic benefit and our need for a healthy environment. And so maritime spatial planning is all about managing the marine space, both in space and in time, because sometimes there are activities that you can restrict on a specific period of time and not throughout the year. And I will just go briefly on marine spatial planning. So the idea is to understand where we are today, and we need to understand where we want to go. What kind of ocean do we want? What kind of sea do we want? And then we have to define how can we get there through different management actions and plans. And of course, we go back to the concept of monitoring and evaluation that Dr. Ala has mentioned. So the MSP, very quickly, there are different steps involved into having these maritime spatial plans. So basically, as I mentioned, define the problem, define the stakeholders, define the authorities, and then the planning process, which explores both the past and present and future conditions. And then you have to implement, monitor, and adapt. What is important to consider here is that throughout this process, and to have real sustainable plan, you need to involve all the users of the ocean. The scale of marine spatial planning can differ. It can be local, so you can have a small bay that really needs planning. It can be on a country level, so the entire waters of the UAE, for example. Or it can be a transboundary planning. And this is something that has increasingly been gaining attention, because in the ocean, you cannot really separate between, okay, this is UAE and this is, I don't know, another country. The ocean has no boundaries. And if you really want to reduce the impacts of negative activities in the ocean on the coast, you need to have these collaborative and cooperation. Again, it depends on what you are looking for in your space. So do you want to have a sea that is increasing fishing activities for local coastal communities? Or do you want to have business, so increase industrial activities, increase exploitation? Do you want the ocean and the coast, of course, to be a place for leisure, or do you want it to be a protected area? So according to all these different visions that are set, you're able to plan a really sustainable use of the space. So again, going back to the idea about involving all the different stakeholders, which is a key pillar in not only maritime spatial planning, but in any form of planning, be it coastal zone management, be it urban planning, be it even architecture. You need to involve everyone, from the business owner to the authorities, to the local communities, to the ecosystem at heart. If you want to learn more about maritime spatial planning, and particularly the UNESCO IOC joint roadmap to accelerate marine spatial planning, I invite you to visit these pages on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, and learn more about maritime spatial planning global roadmap. So to summarize, planning can differ. Of course, there are a lot of different things to consider. However, there are always the same pathways to follow. So either through policies and management of activities, either through engineering and physical interventions, ecosystem-based approach that has been discussed earlier, so nature-based solutions, and of course through education and awareness, such as the activity that we're doing and we're participating in today. There are a lot of methods that we can, and approaches to do to fight and adapt the impacts of climate change or these common threats to our coast, but we need to really think on a very far ahead perspective. So to summarize, I am talking a lot about the sea, but we cannot plan a healthy coast, or we cannot have healthy coastal ecosystems and communities without considering the ocean, because everything ends up in the sea. And one last note from my side is we need to start thinking of nature as the capital. It's not money. The true capital that we have, the true richness and value that it's the natural ecosystems. So we must be humble in the way we plan. We must stay within the human skills. These skyscrapers and these glass buildings, they are not the solution for a sustainable coast. With all due respect for all the developers right over there, but we need to really let our ego aside and start thinking of us as a part of the ecosystem and not as ruling the ecosystem, if we really wish to live harmoniously with the environment and achieve true sustainability. So thank you very much. I hope I did not exceed my time. Thank you, and yeah, looking forward for your questions if you would like. Thank you.
شكرا مخططة بيرانون أهل هذا التقديم الجميل حول التخطيط. وكلمة التخطيط هي كلمة غير سهلة حقيقة، يعني تحتاج ما ذكره الدكتور التومي وما ذكرت الدكتورة علا، وكملتيه أنت بالحديث عن الاتجاهات التي يجب أن نتخذها من إنزال هذا التخطيط، والمتمثلة في الهندسة المعمارية والتخطيط العمراني وغيرها التي تسهر عليها منظمات كبرى عالمية اليوم. موفقة إن شاء الله في أبحاثك التقنية حول التخطيط. وأمر إلى نزهة مجاد من الدار البيضاء بالمغرب. وبداية قبل ذلك فيرانون أجابتني عن سؤال ربما كنت أريد أن أطرحه، وهي ما هي خطورة تجاهل السباقية بيئة ساحلية مستدامة على حياة الإنسان، بطرحها لسؤال: هل نحن في حاجة إلى كوكب آخر؟ يعني في غياب استباقية بيئة ساحلية أكيد نحن في حاجة إلى كوكب آخر، لأن استنزافنا للثروات الطبيعية واستنزافنا لكل ما يتواجد في البيئة في غياب عطاء من لدنا، يعني استدامة خضراء للساحل، هو أكيد يصب نحو حاجة إلى كوكب آخر. إذا شكرا مرة أخرى. الدكتورة نزهة مجد من المغرب، ما معنى مفهوم الاقتصاد الأخضر والأزرق وما الفرق بينهما وكيف يتم تخدير الاقتصاد الأزرق؟ هذا المفهوم ديال بلو جروث ما ثمار إنزاله على أرض الوجود فيما يتعلق بالساحل. لكن الكلمة نزهة مجد في 10 دقائق.
شكرا دكتور خليل. شكرا للجنة القائمة على تنظيم هذه التظاهرة العلمية. إذن كما سبق وقال الدكتور خليل، فإن الموضوع الذي سأتطرق إليه يتمحور حول كيفية جعل الاقتصاد الأزرق أخضر كمحرك للاستدامة أو للنمو المستدام. إذن بما أننا نتكلم عن النمو الأخضر، فما هو النمو الأخضر؟ ما هو مفهوم النمو الأخضر؟ هو مصطلح يصف مسار النمو الاقتصادي الذي يعتمد بالأساس على استخدام الموارد الطبيعية بطريقة مستدامة، أي بمعنى استعمال أساليب وطرق صديقة للبيئة، حيث يتم استخدام هذا المصطلح على الصعيد العالمي لتوفير مفهوم بديل للنمو الاقتصادي الصناعي النموذجي الكلاسيكي، ويؤدي هذا المسار إلى ما يعرف بالاقتصاد الأخضر. وبما أننا نتكلم عن المحيط، ما هو الفرق بين الاقتصاد الأزرق والاقتصاد الأخضر، وما أهداف كليهما، وما هي الأهداف المشتركة؟ إذن النمو الأخضر يهدف إلى تحسين حالة الرفاه البشري وتحقيق الإنصاف الاجتماعي مع العناية في الوقت نفسه بالحد على نحو ملحوظ من المخاطر البيئية. فيما اقتصاد
نعتذر، يبدو على أن دكتورة نزهة تواجه بعض المشاكل التقنية. نعم،
أواجه بعض المشاكل التقنية. هنا توقفت.
Yeah, you can speak.
Yeah, from here.
الفرق ما بين.
Okay, thank you. إذن الاقتصاد الأخضر يهدف إلى تحسين حالة الرفاه البشري وتحقيق الإنصاف الاجتماعي مع العناية في الوقت نفسه بالبيئة. أما النمو الأزرق فهو يهدف إلى الإدارة الجيدة للموارد المائية وحماية البحار والمحيطات بشكل مستدام للحفاظ عليها من أجل الأجيال الحالية والقادمة. إذن الأهداف المشتركة، هناك أهداف مشتركة بين الاقتصادين الأخضر والأزرق، وهي إنشاء مجتمع وبيئة نظيفة ترفع من المستوى الاقتصادي والاجتماعي وكذا البيئي. إذن كما تلاحظون فإن الاقتصاد الأخضر هو اقتصاد شامل، أي يشمل جميع المجالات. أما الاقتصاد الأزرق فهو اقتصاد يهم فقط كل الاقتصاديات التي ترتبط بالبحار والمحيطات، وبالتالي فإن الاقتصاد الأزرق فهو جزء أو منبثق من الاقتصاد الأخضر. إذن فمن أجل نمو أخضر للاقتصاد الأزرق يجب علينا أن نحافظ على البيئة البحرية. إذن لماذا سنحافظ على البيئة البحرية؟ المحيطات والبحار تزخر بموارد طبيعية كثيرة جدا وتقدم العديد من السلع والخدمات، على سبيل المثال الصيد وتربية الأحياء المائية، تحلية المياه، الطاقات المتجددة في البحار، التكنولوجيا الحيوية الزرقاء. كذلك فالبحار هي موطن الحياة البحرية. لدينا كذلك السياحة الساحلية، وسائل النقل كما تمنح فرص علمية وتعليمية. إذن فالبحار هي ذات منفعة اقتصادية واجتماعية، والحفاظ على بيئتها هو ضروري، وذلك من خلال التقييم والمراقبة المستمرة لمستوى التلوث الذي ينتج عن النمو الاقتصادي، وكذا عن الاستخدام للموارد الطبيعية. وهنا سأقدم مثال عن بحيرة الوالدية. هذه البحيرة تتواجد في المحيط الأطلسي المغربي،
أذكر على أن نزهة مجاد باحثة من المغرب من الدار البيضاء إلى حين تحاول أن تعالج هذا المشكل التقني. كانت تتحدث عن بحيرة الوالدية، وهي الآن تقدم مداخلة حول تخدير الاقتصاد الأزرق. أتمنى أن تعود بسرعة. أعتقد أن عاد. أوكي.
آسفة جدا. إذن سأعطي مثال.
البحيرة الوالدية، كنت تتحدثين عن البحيرة الوالدية.
تسمعني؟
نعم أسمعك. I hear you, نزهة.
D'accord. إذن Okay, thank you. I'm so sorry for my internet. بحيرة الوالدية تتمركز في المحيط الأطلسي. تتمركز فيها العديد من الأنشطة السياحية وتربية البحر والصيد البحري، وكذلك أنشطة أخرى كالزراعة والرعي. من هذه المنطقة هي هذه البحيرة هي ذات أهمية اقتصادية واجتماعية للساكنة، ولذلك ارتأينا لكل هذه الأسباب لأهميتها الاقتصادية والاجتماعية وكذلك الإيكولوجية والبيئية، ارتأينا إلى تقييم مستوى التلوث في هذه المنطقة باستعمال عينات من الرواسب الأسطوانية، وقمنا وكنتيجة لهذه الدراسة قمنا بنشر هذا البحث، وأهم النتائج كانت كالتالي. هنا لدينا تركيزات المعادن وكذا أعمار موضوعها، وكذلك لدينا مقابل جميع الأنشطة التي عرفتها، الأنشطة الاقتصادية التي عرفتها المنطقة، وكذا كل مشاريع تطوير وإعادة تأهيل المنطقة منذ سنة 1928 إلى سنة 2011، وخلصنا إلى أن المنطقة تعاني من تلوث بالكروميوم، الأرسنيك والكادميوم. كما تشاهدون هنا لدينا 3 فترات. الفترة الأولى قبل بداية الأنشطة الاقتصادية في المنطقة، حيث أن تركيزات المعادن كانت تقريبا عادية، وبعد بداية النمو الديموغرافي وكذا الأنشطة الاقتصادية في المنطقة، تلاحظون أن تركيزات المعادن خاصة الكادميوم، الأرسنيك والكروميوم قد بدأت ببنين التي عرفت كذلك بروز بعض الأنشطة الاقتصادية الهامة في المنطقة والمناطق المجاورة. في سنة بعد مشاريع هيكلة المنطقة، المنطقة تعاني من ما يسمى بالconfinement في the upstream part of the lagoon. مشاريع كانت على في سنة 2005 وcreation of Sinipao deposit in. كما تلاحظون هناك تراجع طفيف لتركيزات هذه المعادن بعد إعادة المنطقة، ومن هنا نستخلص أن المستمرة والتقييم المستمر لمستوى التلوث بمقابل دراسة نمو الاقتصاديات في منطقة معينة ينمو من إيجاد الحلول أن نميز هناك كذلك بحث من الباحثين 2020. هنا قمت ب comparison ما بين كل ما هو طبيعي أنشطة الإنسان وعلاقتها بديناميكية الرواسب. وهل من الممكن المعروف أن العوامل الطبيعية هي التي تؤثر على ديناميكية الرواسب، لكن هنا قمت بمقارنة نمو الأنشطة البشرية في هذه المنطقة مع تغير معدل تراكم التراصب باستعمال rhythmic approach. والنتيجة كانت كالتالي: هنا لدينا معدل تراكم الرواسب الذي تم حسابه لعام أسبوعية أخذنا البون 2014. كما تشاهدون من الأسفل منذ سنة 1928 معدل تراكم الرواسب هو يعني عادي ما بين 0.4 إلى ولا يتعدى 0.0 سنتيمتر لكل سنة. هنا كذلك لدينا مشروعين للحد من أو حل مشكلة الكونفينمنت في هذه البحيرة. كان سنة 1945 creation of artificial dike downstream. Another one in 1954 creation of upstream dike. لكن النتيجة أنها باءت بالفشل. كما تلاحظون دائما المنطقة تعاني من الكونفينمنت. إذن سنوات بعد ذلك في سنة 1986 تلاحظون أن معدل التراكم وصل إلى 0.8 جرام بعد أخذت التراجع كان ملحوظ من 2000 إلى 2011 حيث وصل من 0.5 جرام لكل سنة. وهذا يراجع إلى المشروع الأخيرين الذي قامت به الدولة لحل المشكلة. كما تلاحظون هنا في الصورة هذه هي النتيجة. هناك يعني الحل للنتائج تم خلال كان هناك وقد أكد بأن نفس النتائج يجدونها في منطقة معدل تراكم الرواسب بطرق أخرى. إذا هنا نستنتج بأن المصدر والتقليل الناجعة في هذه المناطق.
على ما يبدو على أن نزهة ما زالت تعاني من مشاكل فيما يتعلق بصبيب الإنترنت. أقترح أن يتم إدراج أن تكمل نزهة مجاد يعني مدخلتها بعد الدكتور والباحث منير كبارة الذي سنعود معه إلى دبي لكي يحدثنا نزهة مجاد،
عفوا خليل.
أقترح أن يعني أن يتم يعني أن تكملي مداخلتك زعما لو تم معالجة مشكل الإنترنت، يعني المعظم يعني معظم
I have one slide.
last slide. Okay, go ahead. منير.
Last one, yeah.
Okay, دقيقة. Okay. نعتذر
I'm
أيضا.
so sorry.
We are so sorry for these unexpected problem techniques. Okay.
Yeah. إذا من أجل نمو أخضر مستدام للاقتصاد الأزرق من الضروري تتبع تطور الأنشطة البشرية مقابل تقييم تغير جودة البيئة البحرية وكذا مشاريع إعادة تأهيل المناطق التي تعاني من التلوث والاستغلال المفرط واللا عقلاني لثرواتها، وذلك لأن الاستخدام الغير العقلاني سيؤدي إلى خسارة التنوع البيولوجي، وكذا سيتسبب في آثار اقتصادية وخسائر في الصيد البحري وخسائر في الصناعة السياحية، وستكون له تأثيرات اجتماعية. إذن أهم التوصيات وهي الأنشطة البشرية، إذن هي المحرك الرئيسي الذي يؤثر على البيئة وليس بالأساس العامل الطبيعي، مما يعني أننا بحاجة إلى الإلمام المعرفي بعلوم البحار وكذا العوامل البيئية والاجتماعية والاقتصادية لتقييم التغييرات الماضية والحالية والمستقبلية وتأثيرها على توازن النظام البيئي البحري واستدامته. المراقبة والتقييم المستمر لهذه الأنظمة البيئية إذن الحساسة ضرورية في ضوء النمو السكاني المستمر والتطور السريع للأنشطة البشرية حول السواحل، وبالتالي فإن الرفاه الاجتماعي المستدام هو مرهون بالحفاظ على البيئة والاستغلال الرشيد مقنن للموارد الطبيعية. شكرا، وأتأسف عن مشاكل الإنترنت.
إذن شكرا الدكتورة نزهة مجاد من الدار البيضاء بالمغرب. الدكتورة نزهة مجاد حاولت أن تقدم لنا كيف يمكن تنزيل هذا المفهوم الجديد فيما يتعلق بتخدير الاقتصاد الأزرق. إذن نعود إلى دبي، وهذه المرة مع السيد الباحث منير كبارة، ونعود إلى علاقة بكورونا، الجائحة التي أوقفت العالم، أوقفت الأنفاس، هي توقف الأنفاس. إذن السؤال منير كبارة الذي أود يعني يريد المتتبع لهذا المؤتمر أو لهذه المحاضرة يعني الإجابة حوله هو: هل حقيقة أكدت هذه الجائحة أن هناك تأثير واقعي كبير جدا للأنشطة البشرية على البيئة الساحلية؟ يعني بعد توقف الأنشطة البشرية كيف كانت الحالة وقبل توقف الأنشطة البشرية؟ وهل مفهوم المدن الذكية اللي هو مفهوم أدرج في السنوات الأخيرة حل بديل ناجح ولا مفر منه بعد، وما زال حل ناجح بعد جائحة كورونا؟ لك الكلمة دكتور منير كبارة في 10 دقائق كلام.
Okay, thanks a lot, Dr. Sharif, and thank you for the organizers for organizing this great forum. And also thanks for my fellow speakers for their very insightful presentations. My name is Munir Kabara, and today I'm going to be walking you through some of the lessons learned or takeaways that we got for coastal cities that we learned from the different city responses to deal with the COVID pandemic. So obviously, we all know that the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted, first of all, humans, but also cities in a very, tough way. So we've seen that there's obviously lots of mortalities because of the coronavirus, particularly with the aging populations. Particularly for coastal cities, there have been, reduced tourism activities. So as a result, there's been reduced revenues, and that's led to increased unemployment in the tourism sector. And this has really, raised some fundamental questions about urban development and how we approach our design for cities moving forward. And the importance of this is because it's crucial for us to rethink how we design cities in order for us to be prepared for the next upcoming shocks and stresses related to climate change. So Corona hit us by surprise, and it was really tough on us. But the next big thing is obviously climate change. And if we don't take actions in the next few years, it's going to really have detrimental effects. So most relevant to coastal cities is obviously the sea level rises. But in addition to that, there could be wildfires, droughts, and tropical storms that have severe impact on cities and coastal cities. So what I'm going to be talking about is some lessons that we learned across 6 different aspects of a sustainable city. So they are air quality, urban design, food security, water cycle, smart cities, and governance. And the approach that I'm going to take is just to give a couple of observations that we've seen from city responses to COVID-19, in addition to some recommendations as to what's the takeaway for cities. And in some cases, we're also going to highlight a case study in each of the different dimensions. So starting with air quality, the first observation that we saw was that the air quality in cities was improved a lot, and the connection was made to a huge reduction in traffic. So we can conclude that traffic emissions are obviously the major source of the pollution, but also it's important that it's not the only source. So while the transport sector emits, lots of nitrous oxides, there's also industry that, because of the industry stopping production, that's also led to improved air quality. And we've also noticed that there's increased COVID transmission and mortality rates in cities that have high levels of air pollution, which increases the human vulnerability to pandemics. So, citizens of cities that already had air pollution before Corona, they've also had, some more, let's say, respiratory issues. So that's resulted in them having, being more affected by the COVID pandemic. So what are some recommendations that we can derive from this? The first is that, the importance of greening the transport sector and all the benefits that it can provide to air quality. And in addition to that, the importance of holistic approaches to mitigating pollution with consideration for different primary and secondary pollutants. So it's not only about, the transport sector, but again, as I mentioned, looking at all the different emissions that you have from all the different sectors and making sure that you have a holistic strategy to address that. And the case study that I've showcased here is the difference in Beijing between January and February. So we can see here that the level of nitrous oxide in the atmosphere before the pandemic, was reaching, above 500, whereas in February, when they had a big lockdown, it was reduced to around 250, or even less, less than 125 parts per million. So the next aspect is when it comes to urban design. So one observation is that density alone is not a key risk factor in contributing to the spread of the virus. Now, of course, in some cases where we see slums where it's like high density housing, there were lots of COVID outbreaks. But the point here is that it's not only because of density that this was the reason why the outbreak happened. It could be a variety of other reasons. And the second is that some cities realize that they have a lack of green and open spaces that are sufficient enough to meet the demands of the citizens while maintaining the social distancing requirements. And what does this mean for cities moving forward is to make sure that they design cities in a way that they have better accessibility to the amenities that they need, importance of having green open spaces, sufficient ones, as well as accessibility to public health infrastructure. So if you consider all of these different aspects, that way we're making sure that these high density areas are less vulnerable to pandemics. And the second thing is that if we consider the other benefits of compact urban development, we should also consider continuously promoting them. So a quick case study here of a nice project that was done in Bangkok. So this is called Chulalongkorn Centenary Park in Bangkok. It's basically a park, it's a green and open space, but it also serves other benefits such as, addressing some of the water challenges that could rise because of climate change, such as flooding. So they've considered green roofs, they've considered detention laws, rainwater reservoirs, and retention ponds. Such infrastructure, such green infrastructure, when you have it in a city, that has many benefits for the citizens, as well as in a way to deal with some of the extreme weather events that might happen because of climate change. Moving on to food security. So this is a very, very crucial one, and it caught lots of cities by surprise, is that global supply chains make cities vulnerable to disruptive events. So particularly coastal cities that rely on ports a lot, they were affected by Corona, because when the major supply chains, major routes were stopped, then they realized that, okay, we still need to feed our people. So how do we do that without having to rely on ports? So the recommendation here is transforming to more local food supply chains that increases self-sufficiency is really needed to deal with the economic fallouts of pandemics and future events. And the case study that we'd like to showcase is from Montpellier in France, where they've developed a holistic strategy, a local food strategy, which they've developed in 2015. And this really helped them in managing the Corona pandemic. Okay. Moving on to water cycle. So what we've noticed is that unregulated human activities have resulted in contamination of many water resources in coastal cities. So here, how we reached that conclusion was that we've noticed that because of a decrease in human activity in coastal cities, we've noticed that the water was clearer. And also we've noticed that drugs used for treatment, so this is antiviral drugs that could be used for treatment, may pollute freshwater resources. And here we've seen that in South Africa, they had that issue. Because they had wastewater plants that weren't really designed to treat or get rid of the viruses that could be in the water streams. So the recommendations here are to design regulations that minimize the agricultural, industrial, and traffic impacts on water resources. And another important consideration is to make sure that our water and wastewater treatment plants have sufficient measures for disinfecting the bacteria and the viruses. And the case study that we'd like to showcase is from Venice. So you can see on the left is when, normally how the water looks like. It's very, it's not very clear. Whereas because of the reduction in obviously tourist activities, but also the population of the city was down to 50%, we noticed that the water was much clearer. So the reasons is a couple of the reasons are that the reduced, obviously the touristic activities, but also the reduced amount of wastewater that's discharged into the canals caused the water to become more clear. Next up is smart cities. So a couple of observations is that firstly, we noticed the importance of smart solutions and how they've contributed to developing more effective and efficient response and recovery measures. So such as, helping identify and isolate infected individuals. So we've seen many cities, mandate that any visitor or any resident, all residents download the specific application and make sure that their Bluetooth is on, so that in case you realize that you have Corona, you can just report it, and then it automatically notifies all the people that you've potentially been in contact with. And the second observation is that technology-driven approaches have been successful in containing the virus, but at the same time, it's really raised some issues related to privacy protection and transparency. So there has been concerns that citizens are worried about, like, why does the government want to track me and want to know where I'm from? So implications moving forward is the importance of having real-time and georeferenced data accessible to the public helps improve the response and the recovery from these adverse events. And another important consideration is the importance of let's say governments or city city managers not to abuse this technology to undermine some of the privacy concerns of their citizens. A good case study here is from South Korea, where they've developed a very comprehensive application where it clearly identifies on the map where are the different hotspots for Corona. So, and it's publicly available, so citizens can open the app and see what areas to avoid. Okay. And lastly, moving on to governance, what we've noticed is that some cities had an absence of proactive planning and emergency plans. So that's a reason for why they failed to respond in an effective manner. And we've also, I mean, the corona has really tested the urban governance of some cities. And we've noticed that some of them have fragmented governance, which really limits their ability to respond and adapt to the crisis. So the recommendation here is to ensure that you have long-term vision and integrated urban governance to enhance the capacity to adapt and respond. And here, integrated is really important because you need to make sure that all the right people are on the table and have a say in what's going on. And as well is the importance of empowering local governments and empowering also the local community is also very important to have a timely response to the pandemics. And the case study here is from the coastal city of Setúbal in Portugal, where they have developed a comprehensive response plan to emergencies, which really involves all the different stakeholders. So they've identified, the inputs, which is, we need input from the technical reports, we need inputs from academia, as well as from citizens. And they've also developed some, they've taken this plan and installed the different infrastructure required, such as, information panels, emergency columns, and different meeting points. And that's all.
Okay. شكرا لك سيد منير كبارة. يعني المدن الذكية لأمت الوضع مع كوفيد. هذا يعني كانت مفيدة في النهاية. إذن يعني نأتي إلى نهاية المداخلات الأساسية لكل المشاركين في هذه الندوة حول الاستدامة الخضراء للساحل. أمر بسرعة وذلك لضيق الوقت إلى الأسئلة التي طرحها الجمهور المشاهد المتابع. إذن معنا هناك سؤال
دكتور الخليل إذا سمحت، لأنه الوقت مر بشكل سريع.
أوكي.
لا بأس بسؤال واحد أو يعني شايفه أهم سؤال حضرتك. حضرتك.
أنا فقط أود أن أعطي الكلمة الأخيرة للجميع. أهم سؤال يعني اسمح لي. أوكي. نعطي الكلمة هل تم تطبيق المجيد؟ الدكتورة علا العمروني. هناك سؤال يقول: هل تم تطبيق نفس المنهجية التي ذكرتيها في دراستك لحول تطور خط الساحل في مناطق ساحلية طبيعية لا تخضع لضغوط التطور العمراني والسكاني، وما هي نتائج الدراسة؟
شكرا دكتور خليل. تحب نجاوبك بالعربية ولا
as you wish, you can speak English or Arabic. It's not
لا لو كان اوكي. هو تم تطبيق، هو للأسف في تونس وحول العالم المناطق الساحلية الطبيعية أصبحت نادرة. معناتها كل المناطق الساحلية أكثر من 60 و70% هي مناطق معرضة للعمران وللاستغلال الفلاحي، ومن قديم الأزل هو الإنسان ديما يسكن في المناطق الساحلية. والإجابة هي نعم، تم تطبيق هذا الرصد في نطاق أبحاث ماجستير أو أبحاث صغيرة وأبحاث الدكتوراه اللي عملتها. والإجابة هي الشريط الساحلي طبيعيا يداوي نفسه بنفسه لو أمكننا، لو وجد الرواسب، لو وجد ديناميكية طبيعية له، لو لم تكن بلوكد، يعني لو لم يكن محروم منها، هو يقع معناتها تقع عليه، يكون هناك انشراف الحاد.
اوكي.
دونك فوالا ذاتس اول. شكرا
دكتورة علا. لضيق الوقت نحن نعلم ان المنظمين لم يعطونا وقت اكثر، ولكن مش مشكل. يعني انا في النهايه اود ان اشكر كل من الدكتوره علا العمرو همجات فيرانون من لبنان، منير تومي وكذا مصطفى تومي وكذا منير كبارة. I would like also to thank all the organizers, also Dr. Jawad Kharraz. I wish you all the best for this for the end of this year, and all the best for the new year. And thank you very much for this opportunity. And السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. لك الكلمة سيروي.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور الخليل الشريف على إدارة هذه الجلسة الرابعة. والآن ننتقل إلى الجلسة الخامسة وننقل الميكروفون للدكتورة خولة الكعبي، فلتتفضل مشكورة.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. بس حبيت أتأكد تسمعون صوتي زين واضح؟
واضح، نعم واضح.
يعطيكم العافية. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم أجمعين. في البداية أنا حابة أشكر إدارة المؤتمر والمنظمين والمنسقين والرعاة والمشاركين على تفاعلهم وعلى دعوتهم وعلى أيضا حضورهم في هذا المحفل العلمي، وأتمنى لكم التوفيق. ويسعدني اليوم أني أعرض هذه الورقة المتواضعة بين خبرائنا وقادتنا في هذا المجال. إذا بتسمحوا لي I will switch in English بحكم أن البرزنتيشن حاطتنا لكم بالإنجليش. So I did this work that talks about the spatial temporal change of land use, land cover along the eastern coast of the United Arab Emirates using remote sensing and GIS techniques with my colleagues, Dr. Khalid Hussein from UAE United Arab Emirates University. We are from the Geography and Urban Planning Department. Just to brief you, and I think many of you, you know what the difference between land use and land cover, but for some of the people who just would like to learn and be familiarized with this terminology, land use refers to human activity or economic functions associated with the specific pieces of land, such as commercial uses, residential housing, transportations. And we have also what we call land cover, which is basically focusing the physical characteristics of earth surface, such as the vegetation, water, soil, grass, you name it. And also we as a geographer and planners as well, we care about studying the land use, land cover change, which is accelerating in the last years. So this is give the importance to look at it and detect any natural phenomenon or activities that worth of consideration. And the assessment of land use and land cover change effect will help in different aspects in urban planning, environmental management, land management, air quality management, and as well as flood risk management. And by looking at land use, land cover change, LULC of UAE has changed, tremendously in the few past decades. The discovery, of oil in the Arabian Gulf region during 1960 led to a huge urbanization, tourism activities, industry, commercial, you name it, which, eventually have caused, land use, land cover changes over time along the desert area. So urban development and land use, land cover change in the UAE is driving force behind as a result in some of the environmental issues, such as air quality and local temperature, and land use, land cover change become therefore a central component in the current strategies for managing natural resources and monitoring environmental changes, especially in the coastal region. So the objective of this study is to investigate the spatial temporal changes of land use, land cover along the eastern coast of the UAE for the years of 1996, 2006, 2016, and to utilize remote sensing and GIS application for land use, land cover analysis, as well as to identify the impact of land use change on flooding potential, and to assess the drastic change in the built-up areas according to the changes of land use cover, and to assess the impact of urbanization on the coastal flooding by using hydrological model, as well as classify land use and land cover of the east coast of UAE using a multi-temporal Landsat images, as well as one of the objectives to determine how land use have changed in East Coast of UAE over a period of 20 years, and to examine the reliability of maximum likelihood supervised classification method for image classification in the context of the present study. By the way, this study is being published. I mean, if you Google it, you will find it, online if you like to read it in further detail. So the study area have focused particularly in the East Coast of the UAE, and the methods to investigate the land use, land cover change of Eastern Coast of UAE we have used different cover types were delineated from remotely sensed data, spectral band Landsat satellites images used for the analysis. The sensors acquired the data in February 1996, 2006 to 2016 were obtained from the United States Geological Survey, and the spatial resolution of the images was 30 millimeter. The images were free of signal error from the sensor and were cloud-free, and the ground truthing point were collected from field data and high-resolution images for classification and discrimination among different classes. And datasets were integrated with remotely sensed data, including city and district boundary obtained from Abu Dhabi Municipality and the Central Bureau of Statistics, including land use analysis, assessment of classification accuracy, and hydrologic impact of urbanization and hydrologic model setup. For the land use analysis, environment for visualizing images and ArcGIS software were used to process the satellite images. The reliability of the quantitative information of the Landsat data relies on the atmospheric corrections, and all data sets were reprojected to WGS 84 and UTM zone 40N, corrected for atmospheric condition and geometric errors. Part of Landsat scenes that cover the study area were mosaiced, and remotely sensing computer processing techniques, supervised classification, and visual interpretations were applied to classify the images into 5 land use land cover categories, including vegetation, built-up area, mountain, sandy area, and water. More into land use analysis, training classes were selected using existing information obtained from field survey, a statistical center of Abu Dhabi reports, high spatial resolution data, and previous land use map. A spectral signature file was created for each of the defined land cover classes using each training class, and the maximum likelihood algorithm was employed to classify the study area into 5 land use land cover types using the developed spectral signature. Image processing techniques used for further analysis, and the classification images were converted to ArcGIS files format for change detection analysis. And the raster calculation application was used for analyzing land use land cover changes for these years and for identifying area where rapid change occurred during the study. We have also conducted the assessment of classification, and these are the equations that we have applied. We have also worked on the hydraulic impact of urbanization, particularly look at the degree of urbanization in the catchment has a major impact on the runoff response to given rainfall storm, and the impact of land use change is quantified through the hydrologic model simulation of the generated runoff and the peak discharge for subcatchment in the study area for different land use change scenarios. And the hydraulic simulation were run with urbanization fraction ranges from 0% to 100% of the total catchment area, with the built-up assumes to separate from the city center in all directions, and the hydraulic parameters were recalculated for each subcatchment assumes to be experiencing land use change, and runoff hydrographic were simulated under different storm scenarios and degrees of urbanization to quantify the differences in runoff volume discharge. And this is also the detail, and this slide talks about the hydraulic model setups, which, hydraulic engineering center hydrologic modeling system was used for hydraulic modeling, and the model includes several submodels to simulate different components of the runoff generations process, including choice of different infiltrations, unit hydrograph, flood routing methods. The watershed modeling system software were used for processing the model input data, and the software automates the watershed delineations and parameter calculation from digital elevation data. And the subcatchment in the study area were delineated in such a way that they cover a significant portion of the developed area in Emirates of Fujairah. And the model includes several submodels to simulate different components of the runoff generation process and the choice of different infiltrations, unit hydrograph, and flood routing methods. And to account for the variability of topography, a total of 25 subcatchments were found to be appropriate, and the stream network was generated by implementing a drainage area threshold of 0.5 kilometer squared. The southern watersheds is dominated urbanized at the current time. However, for the northern watershed, the developed area currently makes less than 10% of the total area. And the topographic data at 30-meter resolutions were obtained from the global digital elevation model data sets on Esther. And the watershed modeling system software was used for processing the model input data, and the software automates the watershed delineation and parameter calculation for digital elevation data. And as you see in these figures, the land cover and land use classes of the UAE Eastern Coastline for the years, 1996, 2006, and 2016, as a built-up area increased, consequently, sandy area decreases, as illustrated in this figure. And these tables demonstrate the accuracy assessment of classified images based on the error matrix for these years. Images, classification accuracy of developed land use, land cover change map using supervised classification. So overall accuracy describe the percentage of correctly classified pixels. The overall accuracy of the classified maps for this year ranges from 73% to 78%, with the GABA coefficient value ranging from 68% to 71%. And these figures show the impact of urbanization and flooding potential of the two watersheds in Fujairah. As you see in A figure, southern, and the B is the northern watershed in Fujairah, expressed as the percent change and peak in the peak discharge as a function of the watershed level of urbanization relative to the current level of 70% and 10%. For the 5 years and 25 years and 100 years storm. So in conclusion, this study investigated, as you saw, the spatial temporal dynamics of land use and land cover changes in the eastern coast of the UAE for this year, 1996 to 2016, using the multispectral satellites data. Basically, the result revealed that vegetation and built-up area are continuously increasing, as we know, illustrated in the previous tables. So the current built-up area were expanding along the coastal line as well as along the southern, western, and northern west direction. And the land use, land cover change detection analysis showed that the increase in built-up area had caused a sharp decrease in the mountainous and desert area. And the simulation demonstrated that urbanization can significantly worsen flooding caused by giving a storm due to obstruction of natural drainage and decreased infiltration. So to implement low impact development and pest management practices, strategies in order to reduce impact of urbanization. So these are some of the reference that we have used and looked over. Thank you so much for listening and for your time. يعطيكم العافية. Should I stop sharing?
Yes, you can.
Thank you very much, دكتور خولة. نشكر الدكتورة خولة على هذه المحاضرة القديمة. الآن الميكروفون إلى الدكتور حاتم شريف.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Yeah, can you turn on my presentation because I'm using my iPad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. One second.
Okay, السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام. دكتور إذا سمحت أن يكون الوقت بحدود 10 إلى 15 دقيقة
إن شاء الله.
حتى نلتزم بالأجندة. شكرا لتعاونك دكتور. تفضل.
السلام عليكم. My presentation is about physically based modeling. I'm Hatim Sharif from University of Texas at San Antonio, but I am familiar with the United Arab Emirates University because I have some collaboration with some of the professors in the geography department. You can turn on to the next page. I will give an introduction about physically based modeling and the work we are doing. I will talk about some applications in the United States. And then I will move on to talk about applying the same concepts in United Arab Emirates for flood modeling and for other applications. You can go to the next. So floods are a big problem, especially in countries like, say, in Asia, East Asia, United States, and other countries. Actually, Texas is #1 in the United States in terms of flood fatalities and injuries. Fortunately, we do not have such devastating floods in the UAE, but they happen sometimes. They cause some disruption for traffic. Sometimes they result in property damage. But in some other areas, they cause a lot of problems, some water quality problems, erosion, and other problems. You can go to the next. So in terms of rainfall, we have to estimate rainfall in order to have an idea of how to simulate and predict flooding. And rain gauge can be used and remote sensing can be used. Can you go to the next? So the problem with rain gauge is that they are point measurements and they only give like sometimes daily or hourly data. And of course, you have a limited number of rain gauges. They cannot capture the storms. And also you need to get the data on time. Then you have to connect them to the internet, which can be very expensive, especially for urban areas. Can you go to the next? But fortunately, lately, remote sensing of precipitation matured, and now it provides very good data for the United States and also in the United Arab Emirates. They have some radars, they have very high resolution. But what is available now is also satellite rainfall, which is available like every half hour. The resolution is 11 kilometers, so it will cover the whole country. And even this resolution is fine for some urban flooding applications. It's better than like having like 10 or 20 rain gauges in one city, for example. And they cover large area. Now they can be available within 1 hour or so. So they can be used actually in flood prediction. Next, please. And for runoff and flooding, you can measure it, of course, but that will be very expensive. You have to measure it everywhere. You need to have instruments everywhere. And it's difficult, especially for urban areas. In a river, you can measure it at one point, but like for urban flooding, it is very expensive. Next, please. Next, please. But also there is another alternative for runoff estimation, is that you can use a model to estimate the flooding. If you know the rainfall and you have data about your catchment, then you can use a hydraulic model. But also with time now, computers are very fast. A lot of data is available. And this is now becoming feasible. And it is the best way to estimate flooding, is just to use a hydrologic model. Next, please. And there are two ways to model flood. Either use empirically based lumped parameter models or physically based model. Dr. Khawla was, in the study she was talking about, an empirically based model was used. But physically based, especially for details of urban flooding, are very useful. Next, please. So the empirically based, like they are fast. You can divide the watershed into sub-watersheds, like the case for Dr. Khawla was 25, and then you can run it. It will run very fast. Can you go to the next? And they are easy to use. They are fast. And HEC model, the one that also was used by Dr. Khawla, and they are good models. They are very popular, but they need some calibration. Next, please. Physically based models, they divide the watershed into small elements, like can be 10 meter by 10 meter, and they use physical parameters and they run physical equations. Next, please. And they can model the physical processes. They can model everything that happens on the surface. And there are many examples, like Geisha model that I will talk about. There is Mike Shea, a European model. They take a lot of time in terms of computation, but they provide very good results. Next, please. And here I think I will go fast here because it can be used for erosion estimation, recharge estimation, emergency management, because it will provide a lot of data in real time. Can you go to the next, please? Of course, we need hydraulic physically based model for urban flooding. Next, please. So Geisha is one example, and there are other examples, but it uses physical equations to model the flooding. Next, please. And the idea is to divide the watershed into small elements like what you see here, and then you can model all the processes like rainfall, evaporation, and runoff from each model grid, and then eventually it will run through the the streets and all the rivers or the channels on your catchment until it reaches the outlet. So it will give you detail everywhere over your catchment. Next, please. And you need like DEM data, you need like land use data, rainfall data, and then other details about your catchments. If you have channels, some details about the channels. Next, please. And you can show all the spatial variability in terms of soils and land use in very high resolution. Next, please. And it will be very useful for understanding the effect of land change It is also like effect of hydraulic structures, like you can model flooding in the streets. You can also do some scenarios about climate change and then what will happen in the future in terms of flooding and in terms of water resources. Next, please. Next, please. So those are some of the processes that can be modeled, like erosion, like sedimentation, water quality, like flooding, and many processes over the catchment. Next, please. And you can use infiltration and actual equations for infiltration and evapotranspiration. Next, please. And you can use continuous simulation. You can model reservoirs and sediment transport, water quality, recharge, groundwater recharge. Next, please. You can use it for wetlands. Next, please. And this is an application of sediment transport. Next, please. And for contaminant transport, it can be used like for nutrients, like say runoff from agricultural areas, which will have like nutrients and some pesticides that are used in agriculture that contaminate surface and groundwater. You can model all of those processes, and also runoff from urban areas, which will have like grease and oil. Also, those can be modeled in this model. Next, please. It has been used for flash flood modeling and forecasting in different applications in the United States. Next, please. And for urban flooding, it has been used a lot for prediction of floods, and it can save lives. Next, please. Those are some applications. I will not go over them because the animation will take like 2-3 minutes, but it will show you the details of the flooding. You can skip the next one and the next one. This is an application in Denver, Colorado. You can go to the next. And this is Austin, a big flood in Austin, Texas. Next one. And this is another flood in Texas. You can go to the next also. You can continue. I will not show the animations because it will take time. But what is applicable to the United Arab Emirates is in coastal areas. And this is what we did.
By 2 minutes, if you can.
Okay. Okay, go to the next. And so go to the next. We can use like flooding in coastal areas and combine it with other models. This is an application in Hurricane Katrina. The model was used to model that flood. Go to the next. And this is also Storm Sandy in New York. Actually, this was used in real time to predict the flooding from the storm. Go to the next. Next one. And we used it in United Arab Emirates. We used remote sensing rainfall, as you can see here. Go to the next. And this is, we used it in Sharjah and Fujairah. And this is like a Fujairah catchment where it shows like the flooding areas. And one application that we use it is also to understand, you can see in this the areas that where you can do recharge, where the water accumulates, like in the top right one. Those are the location where the water accumulates, and you can use it to recharge the ground and prevent the flooding. And also it will recharge, and also it will remove, like improve water quality. You can go to the next. The case studies I was going to show are for Fujairah and Sharjah. And this is just to show you the effect of urbanization, like what Dr. Khawla was talking about, is that with time, those will change and with flooding will increase, and then we have to solve it by using like recharge the groundwater, identify the location where you can do that. And you can go to the next. So in summary, the model can be used in coastal areas in the United Arab Emirates, and you can model like the storm in coastal areas. You can use it to like for flood and emergency during the flooding event. And you can use it also to identify the areas where you can recharge the groundwater to reduce salinity and restore the aquifers and prevent flooding. And this work was published with collaborators from United Arab Emirates University. It was published like in 2018. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hatem Sharif. And now we'll move to next. So the next is the students. We have two students, Miss Zia Feng Ma and Miss Sheikha Al-Ka'bi. والآن نحن ننتقل إلى تجربة من قبل الطالبتين في جامعة الإمارات، الآنسة زيا فينغ ما والآنسة شيخة الكعبي. فليتفضلوا ليحدثونا عن تجربتهم. إذن سأوقف، نترك لكم المجال.
Hello everyone.
الآنسة شيخة، أرجو الالتزام بالوقت، لو على ألا يتجاوز 10 دقائق من فضلك. شكرا.
Okay, hello everyone. Thanks for having this opportunity. Here is Xiaofeng and Sheikha. We are the senior students from the Department of Geography and Sustainability at UA University. Today, we are honored to be here as a participant to present our senior project, which mainly focuses on the impacts of sandstorms in the coast area in the Middle East. Maybe some of you going to wonder why we choose this topic. As we all know, the climate change will lead to the extreme weather in the upcoming years, especially in the spring and fall seasons. We should be aware of that happens. Through our presentation, we will mention and illustrate the segments of the sandstorm. How does the sandstorm affect current climate? And we are mainly focused on the social, environmental, and economic impact that we collect from our study. At the end, we will give the innovation solution. Now let's move to the introduction of the sandstorm. Nowadays, the sandstorms are common meteorological disaster in arid and semi-arid region. They are usually triggered by thunderstorm or cyclone-related strong pressure gradients, which increase the wind speed over a wide area. Particle size is a key determinant of potential harm to human health. Particle size are larger than 10 nanometer in diameter are not inhalable and therefore can only damage external organ, primarily causing skin and eye irritation, conjunctivitis, and exacerbating susceptibility to eye infection. Surface dust deposition is the source of a micronutrient for continental and the marine ecosystem. Sahara dust is sold to fertilize Amazon forest, and it's all known that iron and phosphorus dust transport benefit marine biomass production in the area where iron and phosphorus are scarce. But the dust also have many diverse effects on agriculture. Now let's move to the social impacts. We have found some social impacts include the most considerate issue which cause people contributing to illness. The most of the Arab residents suffers from sandstorm and appear several medical symptoms, with a lifetime about 69.2% in this observation. Medically, sandstorm also create troubles due to complication of breathing in dust, according to a research questionnaire that 35% of the residents got respiratory illness and 49 got allergic reaction towards the dust. Reduction in visibility due to airborne dust also have an impact on air and land transportation. Poor visibility conditions are a danger during aircraft landing and taking off. Landing may be diverted and departures delayed. Dust can also scourge aircraft surface and damage the engine. In the fact, all the results we got from our research and the numbers represent the percentage of the people who are really got influenced or the area are currently suffering from sandstorms. In this research, we collect the data from the survey. Through our research, we discovered that in the UAE region, especially around the coastal area, sandstorms have long-term impact to people, and the environment is mostly affected by the dust pollution. Now let's move to the environmental impacts. Large density of the vegetation experience less sandstorm influence. While 50.8% of crops are destroyed or natural land coverage are polluted, including lowering crops yield by bearing seedlings, causing loss of plant tissue, reducing photosynthetic activities, and increasing soil erosion. More than 80% of the people who took this survey responded with crop damage, and this survey result highlighting that sandstorm eventually affected the coastal management and aquatic productions. Indirect dust deposit impact, including polluting sea or affecting water quality. It causes increasing the amount of the iron and the magnesium in the ocean. So it's really made many problems, and the people who are really suffers in the internal area. Now let's move to the economic impacts. Sandstorm cause a huge cost on cleaning up the dust near the UAE coastal area, especially the tourism hotspots, and could be the reason decrease the number of the tourists. It collapsed house damage over 58.1%, car accident about 13%, power supply or interruption about 35%, while 88.5% of the people spending huge money on cleaning household, and 20% of people went to medication, and 27% took maintenance. Sandstorm had huge damage to oil pipeline project as well. Oil companies spend more than $100 million on maintenance. Over 90% of the people who took this survey responded with huge expenditure spending on the cleaning work. And this is a real problem happening every year, and we really need to pay attention. Now let's move to the innovative solution, which my colleague Sheikha will start to illustrate and give a conclusion.
Thank you, Shafung. So for the solution we came up with for the problem of sandstorms is a sandstorm sensor. The purpose of the sensor is trying to lower the potential risk of sandstorms by warning people to prepare for the sandstorm before it reaches their area. So by doing that, we will be giving people a chance to get to a safer place, especially the ones who have breathing problems. And when we apply this technology to the coastline, it will help in reducing the social, environmental, economic negative impacts that caused by sandstorm that was mentioned by my colleague. The algorithm of the sensor will start by calculating the air quality and the wind speed. If the air quality is lower than the usual and there is high wind speed, the sensor will send a message for the station to inform them that there is a potential sandstorm coming. The station will check the area from the satellite, and once it's confirmed, they will command the sensor to start giving the advanced calculations. So now the sensor will trap the sand particles from the air and will measure them, and will keep updating the station with the measurements every 10 minutes. So with the three variables we have the higher wind speed, the lower air quality, and the more sand particles trapped will result with higher risk level. So then the sensor will start sending warning messages, including the risk level for the people who are in the area that the sensor cover. As you can see here, this is our sensor sketch. In the top, you can see the input part where the sand will be trapped. Then it will go inside through a pipe to reach the scale room where the particles will be measured. Then there is the output that will open automatically every 10 minutes once the trapping process start to make sure that the measuring room is empty. Then there is the anemometer. It will calculate the wind speed and the receiver and all of the other parts. Currently, the issue with our sensor is that it could cover only one side of the area, depending on the wind direction. As you can see in the map, with the simulation of wind direction, if the wind blows from the west, the people who are in the western side will get the alert message late, but the people who are in the east will receive the alert message on time. Vice versa, if the wind blows from the east, the people who are in the eastern side of the sensor will get the alert message late, and the people who are in the western side will get it on time. The next step we are heading to with our sensor is to install it in buildings. So once the sandstorm is in the area, each room in the building will get warning alert, and that will give the people who are in the building time to, for example, close their windows, doors, cover their furniture that is close to the window, and just in case of any sand leak happen, or take any different actions. We are still in the process of upgrading and developing the sensor to make it more efficient to serve the main purpose in different areas. We would like to thank all the participants. We definitely got benefit from all of your presentation and hope to reach your level one day. And lastly, I want to thank the organizers of the conference for having us here. It adds a lot of value for our learning journey. And thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your words, and thank you. So we'll move now to the next is the recommendations, and Mrs. فاطمة الحنطوبي. ننتقل الآن إلى التوصيات، وسوف تتحدث معكم السيدة فاطمة الحنطوبي، فلتتفضل مشكور. طيب يمكن عرض فيديو إذا كان. طيب إن أمكن تشغيل الفيديو أستاذ. الصوت.
أصحاب السعادة، الجهات المنظمة، الأخوة المتحدثين والمشاركين في أعمال مؤتمر فجيرة الدولي لافتراض الثالث للبيئة البحرية والسواحل لعام 2020، والذي تم تنظيمه خلال الفترة ما بين 21 إلى 22 ديسمبر لعام 2020. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في البداية يطيب لبلدية دبا الفجيرة أن تتقدم بالشكر والتقدير لأصحاب السعادة وأصحاب الأوراق العلمية ومدراء الجلسات على هذا الجهد المتميز، متمنين لهم التوفيق والنجاح. لقد عملت اللجنة العلمية المنظمة بمشاركة مع مدراء الجلسات العلمية والسادة الباحثين الذين بلغت أوراق عملهم 22 ورقة علمية على صياغة توصيات علمية نهائية للمؤتمر، والتي بلغت 17 توصية. بداية يطيب لجميع المشاركين بتقديم الشكر والعرفان لسمو الشيخ محمد بن حمد الشرقي ولي عهد الفجيرة على الرعاية والدعم والجهد الكبير في احتضان هذا المؤتمر العلمي المتميز، ولسعادة مدير بلدية دبا الفجيرة ومركز البيئة للمدن العربية وجميع الفرق العلمية والتنظيمية التي عملت على إنجاح هذا المؤتمر وضمان حسن التنظيم، متمنين استمرارية تنظيم هذا المؤتمر العلمي المتميز بشكل دوري من أجل تبادل أفضل الممارسات والاطلاع على كل ما هو جديد في المشاريع العالمية المتميزة، بما ينعكس بشكل إيجابي على المدن العربية المهتمة بتطوير واستدامة المناطق الساحلية، ووضع أطر استراتيجية وقوانين وبرامج وخطط الدولية للمدن لعام 2015-2030. بداية يطيب لنا تعميم هذه الممارسات الناجحة التي عرضت في المؤتمر وتبادلها بغرض تحقيق الاستفادة في تطوير واستدامة البيئة الساحلية. فأول توصية أو التوصيات الخاصة بالجلسة العلمية الأولى التي جاءت بعنوان التخطيط الاستراتيجي والسياسات والتشريعات والمعايير الدولية لتخطيط وتطوير وتنمية وتشريع. 1. العمل على وضع أطر استراتيجية وقوانين وبرامج وخطط عمل تتماشى وتتكامل مع أهداف التنمية المستدامة التي اعتمدتها الأجندة الدولية للأمم المتحدة لعام 2015-2030 وتكيفها للحفاظ على البيئة الساحلية كواجهة حضارية للمدن وإبقائها في حالة صحية ونظيفة، واعتماد الاستراتيجيات والسياسات والمبادرات والبرامج الهادفة إلى التكامل بين جميع الأنظمة الاقتصادية والبيئية الاجتماعية بشكل متجانس. التوصية الثانية الخاصة بهذه الجلسة إعطاء أهمية وأولوية وتسخير الجهود نحو التخطيط الاستراتيجي والتشغيل المترابط لتحقيق التنمية الخضراء للمناطق الساحلية، ووضع السياسات والتشريعات والمعايير المحلية المستوحاة والتي تتوافق مع المرجعيات الدولية المعتمدة، وخصوصاً المعايير والتقنيات وأفضل المؤسسات العالمية في تخطيط وتطوير وتنمية وتشغيل المناطق الساحلية ونظم الإدارة الساحلية المتكاملة. التوصية الثالثة جاءت باهتمام بأنظمة المعلومات الذكية وتطوير بنية تقنية داعمة لاتخاذ قرارات علمية رشيدة لبناء الاستراتيجيات التنموية والاستثمارية واستقطاب وتوظيف أنظمة الذكاء الاصطناعي لتحقيق معلومات تتميز بكفاءة وسرعة استجابة. رابعاً، ضرورة مراعاة أن يتم تخطيط وتنفيذ وتقييم وتطوير وتنمية المناطق الساحلية بشكل مستدام، يراعي الضوابط العلمية والمنهجية الخضراء في كافة الأبعاد الاقتصادية والبيئية والاجتماعية، وتطوير سياسات وآليات قياس الأثر البيئي للمشاريع الاستراتيجية في المناطق الساحلية بشكل حيوي ومستدام. التوصيات الخاصة بالجلسة العلمية الثانية التي كانت بعنوان الإدارة المتكاملة وخلق الفرص الاقتصادية والاجتماعية للمدن الساحلية، كانت التوصية الأولى هي توسيع نطاق شراكات وتعزيزها مع الشركاء على المستوى المحلي والإقليمي لتطوير استراتيجيات وسياسات داعمة للاقتصاد الدائري والاقتصاد الأزرق باستخدام أنظمة البيانات الضخمة لربط المجتمعات وتحقيق أغراض التنمية المستدامة. التوصية الثانية كانت وضع أنظمة مراقبة ساحلية متعددة الوظائف عبر منظومة إدارية متكاملة تعتمد على التكنولوجيا الذكية، وذلك بهدف رصد العوائق والمشاكل الخاصة بالمناطق الساحلية الحضرية، وتأهيل السكان المحليين للتعامل المباشر مع الطوارئ والأزمات بشكل فاعل ابتكاري. ثالثاً، استحداث برامج مهنية متخصصة في بناء القدرات والكوادر القادرة والمؤهلة على تطوير المناطق الساحلية والمتكاملة، وما تتضمنه من تطوير واعتماد بأدوات المحاكاة الديناميكية للتخطيط الإدارة الساحلية والبيئية المتكاملة. التوصيات التي جاءت في الجلسة العلمية الثالثة والتي كانت بعنوان أفضل الممارسات والتجارب لمدن عالمية في التنمية الخضراء، بداية ضرورة الاسترشاد بالقوانين والأنظمة والالتزام بالمعايير العلمية العالمية والتعاون مع المنظمات والهيئات الدولية والجمعيات والهيئات المتخصصة في تطبيق الاتفاقيات الدولية وبناء الأنظمة والسياسات التشريعية والمواصفات الحاضنة لتنمية خضراء مستدامة. ثانياً، أهمية الاعتناء بالسياحة المستدامة وإشراك جميع الجهات في القطاعين العام وقطاع الأعمال للتعاون وفتح فرص الاستثمار الأخضر والمشاركة في عملية التخطيط والتنفيذ والتطوير، وإشراك المجتمع المحلي وتحفيزه على المشاركة لما تمثله السياحة المستدامة من منافع وطنية واقتصادية هامة على المدن العربية. ثالثاً، أهمية بناء الشراكات وعلاقات التعاون على الصعيد المحلي بين جميع الأطراف والجهات المؤثرة على البيئة الساحلية، سواء التخطيطية أو التشريعية أو التنفيذية أو قطاع الأعمال، لضمان تنسيق فاعل للجهود والتوافق المثمر على الرؤى والاستراتيجيات التشغيلية وتعزيز فرص الاستثمار الاقتصادي المشترك بين القطاعين العام والخاص. رابعاً، موائمة التخطيط الحضري للمدينة مع تخطيط المناطق الساحلية البحرية عبر منظومة متكاملة من خطط وسياسات ومعايير وضوابط ورصد وحماية المناطق التراثية ذات الأهمية وإدراجها كمحميات للحفاظ على أهميتها البيئية والاجتماعية والثقافية. خامساً، العمل على إعداد منظومة عربية متكاملة تمثل قاعدة بيانات للسواحل العربية تشتمل على أفضل الممارسات العالمية وكل الجهود الهادفة لتحقيق الاستدامة، مثل المواصفات والتشريعات العالمية، التجارب الناجحة في الحفاظ على التراث الساحلي الملموس والغير الملموس، وكذلك حماية التنوع البيولوجي في المناطق الساحلية، وبيانات الخبراء والمتخصصين في المؤسسات الحكومية والمنظمات والهيئات وغيرها. أما توصيات الجلسة العلمية الرابعة والتي كانت تحمل عنوان التنمية الخضراء في المناطق الساحلية، بداية التوصيات كانت مراعاة تطوير سياسات تنموية في التطوير الاقتصادي والعمراني بشكل مستدام في المناطق الساحلية، والتنسيق المبكر والمنهجي في مشاريع التمدد العمراني المؤثرة على البيئة البحرية، والتكامل بين جميع الجهات للحفاظ على البيئة البحرية انطلاقاً من المعايير البيئية الدولية والتشريعات المعتمدة بهذا الخصوص، وضمان دراسة الأثر والإشراف الفاعل قبل وأثناء وبعد تنفيذ المشاريع. ثانياً، الاستفادة من المعارف والخبرات والتجارب المحلية والإقليمية وتبادل الخبرات عبر عقد ورش تصميم التشاركية التي تفعل مساهمة المجتمع المحلي في تطوير المناطق الساحلية وتسهل عملية تنفيذ السياسات الخاصة بالاستدامة والتنمية الخضراء. ثالثاً، اعتماد أسس الحوكمة المستدامة والتفاعل الإيجابي مع شبكات الحوكمة المحلية لاختبار وتحليل وتصميم سياسات مرنة لاستدامة المناطق الساحلية، ووضع مؤشرات لمراقبة حسن تنفيذ استراتيجيات التطوير الحضري للمدن الساحلية وربطها بقنوات اتخاذ القرار على الصعيد الوطني والإقليمي. الجلسة العلمية السادسة والأخيرة والتي كانت بعنوان المناطق الساحلية لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، والتي كانت تحمل أبحاث خاصة بالطالبات العلمية، جاءت التوصيات فيها على أهمية تعزيز دور الجامعات والمعاهد العلمية المتخصصة وتطوير مشاركة الشباب الجامعي في خطط التنمية خاصة في عمليات التطوير الحضري والتنظيم المدني وعقد الورش التفاعلية معهم لزيادة الوعي والاهتمام بالمشاريع البحثية وتوجيهها نحو المساهمة بالحلول والاقتراحات التي تساهم برؤى حديثة وعلمية في تطوير المناطق الساحلية بشكل مستدام. ثانياً، التحول من نظم الإدارة القطاعية إلى نظم الإدارة التكاملية في البيئة البحرية والساحلية لتحقيق التكامل في الجهود الوطنية وتأسيس لجان متخصصة متمكنة من تطوير البيئة الساحلية للعمل كفريق موحد من أجل تفعيل خطط واستراتيجيات التنمية المستدامة للسواحل والشواطئ البيئية البحرية بشكل يتماشى مع متطلبات التنمية المستدامة الجديدة لعام 2030. ولكم منا كل الشكر والتقدير على جهودكم ومشاركتكم الفعالة معنا في هذا المؤتمر.
شكرا أستاذة فاطمة الحنطوبي على هذه التوصيات، وحقيقة نتوجه بالشكر العميق لجميع المدراء الجلسات والمحاضرين الكرام الذين تفضلوا وأفادونا وأثرونا بمعلوماتهم وتجاربهم. وفي النهاية نحب أن نعرض لكم فيديو من دبا الفجيرة. الفيديو بلا صوت. تتفاعل الكائنات البحرية مع المشاريع التنموية التي نفذتها بلدية دبا الفجيرة. إذن بهذا الشكل نصل إلى ختام المؤتمر. أرجو من الجميع ستظهر على الشاشة استبيان مؤتمر الفجيرة الدولي الثالث. نرجو المشاركة من الجميع بتقديم آرائهم وانطباعهم في ومدى الاستفادة التي تحققت من خلال هذا المؤتمر. رجاء الضغط على الخيارات الموجودة. هي سؤالين. فترة انعقاد المؤتمر. السؤال الأول يمكن ترجمته إلى الإنجليزية، أيضا المستمعون باللغة الإنجليزية. فترة انعقاد المؤتمر يومين، هل كانت كافية؟ الخيار الأول ممتاز، والخيار الأخير مقبول. السؤال الثاني: البرنامج العلمي كان متكاملا وغطى جميع المحاور. الخيار الأول ممتاز، والخيار الأخير مقبول. السؤال الثالث: المستوى العلمي والخبرة للمتحدثين الرئيسيين متوافق مع المحاور المخصصة لكل منهم. الخيار الأول ممتاز، والخيار الأخير مقبول. السؤال الرابع: الأوراق العلمية المقدمة كانت جيدة. الخيار الأول ممتاز، والخيار الأخير مقبول. السؤال الخامس: الترجمة الفورية كانت جيدة. الخيار الأول ممتاز، والخيار الأخير مقبول. السؤال السادس: المناقشات خلال ورش العمل كانت ممتازة. الخيار الأول ممتاز، والخيار الأخير مقبول. السؤال السابع والأخير: إدارة المؤتمر أدت أعمالها بمهنية عالية. الخيار الأول ممتاز، والخيار الأخير مقبول. إذا نرجو بنفس اللحظة الإجابة على أسئلة الاستبانة. كما نود أن ننبه المشاركين أن المواد العلمية للمحاضرين سيتم رفعها على الموقع، موقع دبا الفجيرة، بلدية دبا الفجيرة، ويمكن الاستفادة من هذه المواد وتحميلها.